March 12, 2026 meeting of the Shenandoah County School Board. Madam Superintendent, might you have a suggestion regarding a closed session?
I do, thank you. I recommend the School Board of Shenandoah County convene a closed meeting under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act in order to discuss and consider several personnel matters involving the assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salary, discipline, or resignation of several employees of the Shenandoah County Public Schools under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A14, and for the purposes of discussing and considering several student matters involving the admission, discipline, or disclosure of information contained in a scholastic record of students in the Shenandoah County Public Schools under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A2, and to consult and pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3711A7, to consult with legal counsel and have briefings by staff members or consultants pertaining to actual or probable litigation where such consultation or briefing in open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating posture of the public body.
Ms. Pence?
I move that the Shenandoah County School Board convene a closed meeting under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act in order to discuss and consider several personnel matters involving the assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salary, discipline, or resignation under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A14, and for the purposes of discussing and considering several student matters involving the admission, discipline, or the disclosure of information contained in the scholastic record of students in the Shenandoah County Public Schools under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A2, and to consult with legal counsel and have briefings by staff members or consultants pertaining to actual or probable litigation where such consultation or briefing in open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating posture of the public body pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3711A7.
A motion has been made to convene into closed session as provided by state code. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rickard. All in favor shall say aye.
Aye.
And opposed shall say no. The ayes prevail, and we will convene in closed session. Is there a motion to reconvene in open session?
I move to reconvene in open session.
Thank you, Mr. Rickard. Is there a second?
Second.
And second by Ms. Pence. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. The ayes prevail. I am to read the following statement. Shenandoah County School Board hereby certifies by roll call vote that to the best of each member's knowledge, one, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification resolution applies, and two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the Shenandoah County School Board. Each member will respond by replying, "I so certify," when called by the clerk, as I have called for a roll call vote. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Shivey,
I so certify.
Mr. Street,
I so certify.
Ms. Carlenia,
I so certify.
Ms. Vance,
I so certify.
Mr. Ripper,
I so certify.
and Mr. Banks.
I so certify. For the purpose of invocation and pledge of allegiance to the flag, I call upon District 3 Representative Ms. Carlenia.
Thank you, Chairman. It is my pleasure to invite Pastor Duke McCaffrey. He's a pastor of our church at Oak Hill Church in Fort Valley.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we gather here in a government capacity, a government instituted among men, deriving its just powers from the consent of the governed. Father, I ask that you remind each member of this school board that they will have to appeal to the supreme judge of the world for the decisions they make tonight. Holy Spirit, please fill these men and women with the courage, wisdom, and the resolution to make good decisions. We repent where we have turned from you, and we trust in your mercy as we rely on the protection of your divine providence. It is in the name of Jesus Christ that we humbly petition you, God, to lead, guide, and direct us tonight. Amen.
Thank you. Please rise for the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
Move to approve the agenda as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Rickard. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Carlini seconds. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. And it prevails as passed. Recognitions, Dr. Shepherd.
Thank you. So this evening, we need to get Miss Melissa Foltz up here because she is going to the opening night of Newsies. So Miss Foltz.
Thank you, Ms. Kristen and Ms. Emily. So joining me this evening, I have Ms. Ina Ray Chrisman, the head swim coach at Strasburg High School, and Ms. Emily Davis. Dr. Shepherd, Chairman Vance, and members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to share an accomplishment of a Strasburg High School student athlete, one who has been recognized for the past 2 years, and so this is her third year coming before you. On Wednesday, February 18th, 2026, Emily Davis successfully defended her state titles in the 100-yard butterfly and the 200-yard individual medley. In the 200-yard IM, Emily finished with a time of 2 minutes, 12 seconds, outdistancing the second-place finisher by 5 seconds. And in the 100-yard butterfly, she finished with a time of 58.63 seconds, about 1 second ahead of the second-place finisher. With 3 state championships, Emily has now won 3 straight 100-yard butterfly titles and 2 straight 200-yard individual medley titles. Emily holds 5 state swimming championship titles, and she holds all of Strasburg High School's swimming state championships in our history. More importantly, Emily not only excels in the pool, she also is stellar in the classroom. She is at the top, very top of her class. She's a straight A student with a current GPA of 4.2. Please join me in congratulating student athlete Emily Davis for her top performances both in the swimming pool and in the classroom. Congratulations, Emily.
Our next recognition is for Quinlan Smith. And I will call Quinlan and Pastor Casperson up now. Tonight, I would like to recognize and thank Quinlan, an Eagle Scout, for her generous donation to support our school nurses. Through her Eagle Scout project, Quinlan demonstrated exceptional organization and leadership by seeking out and collecting, organizing more than 11,000 donated items for use in our schools. This project required a significant amount of planning and community outreach. Our school nurses are incredibly appreciative of Quinlan's thoughtful and generous contribution. Quinlan, thank you for your dedication to service and for making such a meaningful impact on our students, school nurses, and schools. And I have a card for you from our school nurses. Would you like to say anything?
No, I just want to tell you what a wonderful young lady she is. I'm so proud of her. She will be 14 this month, so this is quite an accomplishment, and I'm very grateful that she chose Just Because as her outlet. She had more fun collecting all these items for our nurses and counselors.
Thank you.
Our next recognition is music. Shenandoah County Public Schools students from North Fork Middle School auditioned and were selected to the All-County 14 All-District 14 Choir, Orchestra, and Band. So I would like to ask Wendy Whitford and Andre Stutzman to come up, please. And Dr. Noonan, if you would like to come up as well. I saw you back there.
Dr. Shepard, members of the board, thank you so much for taking this time to acknowledge the diligent hard work of our music students, especially in this month of March that is Music in Our Schools Month. It really means a lot to us. I know it means a lot to our music students and their families to acknowledge the amount of hard work that they put in. I'd like to acknowledge by name the district students that made it in for choir. So there's a few students who weren't able to make it tonight due to athletics. Also just like to acknowledge that a lot of our students can fantastically do both things, and we're super thankful that they can achieve in that way, and yeah, very, very appreciative of our music and student athletes. So I'd like to acknowledge Danielle Waney, Jalen Price, Ivana Chaparro, Layden Klauser, and Kendra Tucson.
And then representing for our band students, we had 4 students achieve in the all-district band, including second chair mallets and second chair on the bass clarinet. Claire Wampler could not be here this evening. However, we do have with us Carter Ververka, Even Boer, and Gracie Rinker. And we had 7 students achieve all-district orchestra, including number 2 violist Gavin Riggleman, who's here this evening, as well as Rebecca Smith. incredible amount of hard work and hours put in by these students who are achieving, not just in the classroom academically, all of them are incredible students, as Dr. Newman can attest to, but on the playing field as well, in their sports lives, and then in their musical lives. We'd like to close out just by mentioning that it's Music in Our Schools Month, and already this year, our music team across the county has performed in hundreds of musical performances that are free and open to the public. Almost all of them are. And so what a great gift for our community, as well as a chance for our students to perform.
And finally, we are going to recognize employees who have worked for Shenandoah County Public Schools for 20, 25, 30, and 40 years. Ms. Hodges.
Okay, well, as you just heard, this evening we have some very special recognitions. These are our employees who have worked here in this division for over 20 years. And this is a new recognition for us. We haven't done this in the past. So I'm going to start with those who are here. So I'll recognize each category. We have many that weren't able to be here this evening. And I think first I'll read to you what their certificate says. It says, in grateful appreciation for blank years of outstanding service to students, staff, and families of Shenandoah County Public Schools, your dedication, professionalism, and commitment to excellence have made a lasting impact on our schools and community. And it's signed by Chairman Vance and Dr. Shepard. And they'll also receive a service pin that has the school division logo and also the years of service on it. So we'll start with 20 years of service. Brenda Marston. Jennifer Martin. And Karen Smallwood. Those who were not able to be here this evening that have 20 years with the division are Nolene Bowen, Tara Brinkley, Abby Kopp, Diana Fox, Esther Howard, Lanita Irwin, Jennifer Lehman, David Lucas, Susan Painter, Selena Rhodes, Deborah Shelton Raines. For 25 years, Mary Flanagan, Joe Christmas, Michelle O'Connor, 25 years. Sherry Barrett, Beverly Cosby, Teresa Good, Sharon Marston, Daniel Morgan, Cheryl Morgan, Elizabeth Pruitt, and Irene Shockey. 30 years, Charlie Fansler, Cheryl Jett, Melissa Marston, and Jen Proctor. And Cynthia Grandstaff has 30 years also. She was not able to be here. And with 40 years, we had Sherry Heischman. She was not able to be here either.
I just want to reiterate years of service in Shenandoah County Public Schools. So just one more big round of applause. That's all the recognitions for this evening.
Item 2.6 is public and staff comment on agenda items and non-agenda items. The Shenandoah County School Board welcomes public comment from Shenandoah County residents, parents, or guardians, as well as from current students and employees of Shenandoah County Public Schools. School board members do not respond to public comments during the meeting or hearing. Each speaker may speak for up to 3 minutes. The board generally allows up to 30 minutes for public comments on agenda and non-agenda items at the beginning of the meeting. If there are a large number of speakers, the board may limit the total time for comments and/or may reduce the time allotted for each speaker. There are 4 people signed up. I don't think we'll have to modify that. All comments should address a matter related to Shenandoah County Public Schools. Complaints regarding division employees should be directed to the school principal or an appropriate school division official. The school board expects that each speaker will be courteous, modeling for our students how one can respectfully disagree with others' views. Speakers will address their comments to the entire school board and not to one individual board member, to the superintendent, to a staff member, nor to the audience. Speakers will not engage in personal attacks. Speakers may sign up to speak at the school board meeting, which 4 people have done, on a document provided by the clerk of the school board. The school board clerk will ascertain if speakers indicate their role as stakeholders and valid addresses. Speakers are called in the order in which they signed up. If time allows, the chair may allow comments from individuals who have not signed up. A speaker may not speak more than once on a specific topic. Speakers who wish to speak on more than one topic must submit a separate request for each item. If a speaker would like to present written comments to the school board, 8 copies should be provided to the school board clerk as the speaker approaches the podium to speak. Up first is Amanda Robinson.
I did do copies. Do I give that to you? It's just a copy of what I'm saying, just in case I ran out of time. I timed it 2:55 at home, but we'll see. to start when
With only 4 speakers, I think it'd be all right if
Well,
we.
you know, I follow the rules. My name is Mandy Robinson. I am the healthcare sciences teacher at Triplet Tech. And I'd like to comment on the possibility of splitting Triplet into multiple campuses or relocating the healthcare classes to the hospital. I want to start by addressing a comment that has been made more than once, that opposition to separating Triplet's programs is really about teachers wanting to stay together because we form close relationships. And yes, we have formed close relationships. And just this past year, our staff has experienced the loss of a coworker's home to a fire, the sudden death of a husband to cardiac arrest, the loss of our custodian after a brave fight with pancreatic cancer, and ultimately the death of our principal, Todd Lynn, our leader, our advocate, and the person that held our school together. Those experiences changed people, and they certainly strengthened our sense of family. But I want to be clear, this is not why we're opposed to splitting the Triplet campus, and this is not what we've expressed in previous conversations with board members and the superintendent. We oppose it because separating programs creates real, measurable risks for our students. While Triplet is a technical school, we function just like every other high school. We have students who get into conflicts, students who need redirection, and students who require immediate support. Right now, when something escalates, an administrator can be at my room within minutes, and I have no doubt that without that support, some situations would have become more disruptive, more stressful, and potentially dangerous for both our students and our staff. As a healthcare professional, I'm trained to think in worst-case scenarios. Removing nearby administrative support does not feel like a mere inconvenience. It feels like a problem waiting to happen. The same concern applies to special education services. Every semester I have at least one student who requires testing accommodations or additional support related to their learning disabilities or other diagnoses. These accommodations work because our special education teacher can physically move between classrooms on the same campus. Splitting campuses turns this into a logistical nightmare, if not an outright impossibility. And failing to provide legally required accommodations is not just wrong, it places the division in violation of federal law. Beyond that, our administrators and support staff do far more than their job titles suggest. They cover classes when needed, assist with student supervision, support field trips, and step into multiple roles when something unexpected happens, which always happens. That flexibility exists because we are on one campus, and fragmenting it weakens every one of those systems. Finally, there's the idea that healthcare classes being located at the hospital would provide invaluable experience for healthcare students. In practice, this is largely unrealistic. Hospital access requires tuberculosis screenings, drug tests, and strict limits on student numbers. With nearly 60 students in my program next year, 59 to be precise, meaningful hospital exposure is simply not feasible, nor is it necessary to my competencies. Our nurse aid students must complete clinical hours in long-term care facilities, not hospitals. And next year we begin a sports medicine program that requires hours at high schools, again, not in a hospital setting. So yes, we are a family at Triplet, but more importantly, we are a well-functioning system. One that mitigates crises, shares resources, adapts when people have to step into multiple roles, and prioritizes student safety and wellness above convenience. If it appears that we simply want to stay together, I ask you to look deeper. We want the support structure necessary to provide a safe, effective, and legally sound learning environment for our students. And I want to say I could not be the teacher that I am without the support of my administrators, my staff, the counselors, and everyone there. So not having them with me seems detrimental. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Funkhauser.
Good evening. Dr. Shepard, I have heard about you, read about you, but I'm meeting you tonight for the first time, so glad to see you and thank you for taking care of our schools. Distinguished board, I'm glad I could come tonight. I come here as a pastor in the community. I'm pastor at Building Faith Church at Mount Hebron, which is in the suburbs of Fishers Hill, Thomasbrook, Strasburg. My concern is this. I am a father, a grandfather, I am a great-grandfather, an uncle, a great-uncle. So I have a lot of access to children that go to our Shenandoah County public school systems. And something that's been more prominent over this last year that I've been hearing more of, including this school year more, is students that are coming home upset about politics being discussed in the classroom. I don't think there's a place for that. I don't think we should be doing that. Our kids need to go to school to learn. They are our most precious commodity that we have. And when we see the teachers that we had here tonight that we recognize that have 20, 25, 30, 35 years, 40 years of experience in our schools, most of those probably come and were homegrown right here. We need to figure out ways to keep our students in the county. We need to figure out ways to teach them things that are going to keep them here, resources, trade schools, whatever it might be. But I am all for teaching about politics as far as how our government works, the entities of our government, how important it is, why we have a constitution, why we have a Bill of Rights, and what that means for all of us. But for personal political agendas to be put in the classroom, I think there is absolutely no place for that. I am concerned because as a pastor, the students that are exposed to the Bible have to be bussed off of school campuses to do that. Do you all know what the first thing is handed out in a prison? If you go to prison for a crime, do you know what they normally hand you first? A Bible. If a Bible is important in prison, a Bible would be very important in our public schools, I would think. If we could catch them before they get to prison, we wouldn't need to hand out prison Bibles. We need to teach our kids right and wrong. We need to teach them values and morals. But we need to, most of all, keep politics out of schools, especially our own opinions. Because as you all know, everybody's got one. And it's not always agreeing with each other in a positive way. And it creates strife at home. Think about this. Our teachers are exposed to our children more hours than our parents are. They see teachers more than they see their parents. We're competing with our church against all these new athletic programs that are not school related that teaches them to play soccer, basketball, baseball, softball, volleyball, all traveling teams that are all practicing and all are going on the weekends, especially Sundays, taking our kids out of the community, clear to the Carolinas, to Florida, wherever, for sports. So we're having less time as pastors to keep them in our church because we're competing with those things, but we don't need to compete with politics yet coming from our teachers. And that is my concern. That's why I'm here as a tax-paying citizen, as a Stallsburg High School student, as a county-grown person that's trying to keep our county like it should be. It's my concern. So thank you for your time, and a little investigation. If it's going on and there's a way to reiterate that can't go in the classroom, it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't have to say anything.
And Lion King.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Shepard. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak this evening. 17 months ago, I began this campaign to advocate for what I believe is in the best interest of our most vulnerable student population, which is that we need a new elementary school. I have witnessed and documented the structural issues at Sandy Hook, as well as the growing impact of being at a 97% capacity. At this point, time is no longer on our side. The proverbial can that has been kicked down the road in this school system has reached its final destination. It's either at a dead end or at a new beginning, and it's time to get serious about investing in the construction of a new school, ideally on a new campus in Maurytown. The school board expects our staff and students to do everything to the best of our abilities. Well, tonight I'm here to ask the same of each of you sitting here tonight. Our community is well aware that the current board members had nothing to do with how we got here. But tonight, you do have the power and the ability to change course. Forge a new path with our students becoming the primary beneficiaries of the priorities selected tonight. They deserve this. I'm simply their advocate because as a counselor, I see the impact of how a good education can pull a child out of generational adversity, which has a direct impact on how they will get back to the community, and eventually our schools. If our taxes have to go up, which they typically do, people adjust. I couldn't think of a better reason for them to. especially if we use those dollars in a fiscally responsible way and invest in a new elementary school. It would cause less disruption to our instruction. We build and then renovate. Thank you. And I will be here if you like to sign this shovel at the end of the meeting. God help you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Stephen Hashman.
Welcome back.
Thank you. School board members, Chairman Vance, Dr. Shepard, thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I have not been able to be here for the last couple months due to workloads, but I wanted to take a second, if I could, and welcome the two new members, Mike Scheibe and Ms. Pence, to the school board. I'm sure all of you all will make a very good team. Congratulations to all the students that were recognized this evening for their different achievements, and I have to think about the awards that the employees were given this evening for 20 and 30 and 35, 40 years of employment here. And as I'm nearing, at some point, I'm going to be at the end of my work career. It's not in the near future. But as I look back over the years, what I have learned myself to be as an employee and as an employer, it is very admirable for a person at the end of their career, whatever it may be, of having a short resume. That is very, very admirable compared to a lot of the corporate nonsense that we have going on today. And I wanted to thank all of them also. WRE, weekday religious education, is what I need to emphasize and focus mostly on here this evening, and the success that it has. When Mr. Preacher was just talking a minute ago, and he was absolutely right. The children in the public school systems have to go off campus to get to, but that's okay. There's not a thing wrong with that, and it has grown. At my church this past Sunday, we had the director there giving us an update of all the details and the successes they have had in weekday religious education, and it's up to 259 and still growing, and that is a very, very good thing. Another thing that he had mentioned, the Reverend that just spoke of politics in schools and such, and I could not agree any more than 100% of what he just said. And it reminded me of our President of the United States that we have here today. In his inaugural address, he stated to the nation that the United States is woke no more, and that will be leaving the public school system. And that is a very, very good and positive thing to be thinking about. The last thing, just to mention, this board has a big task in front of us. Education is the most important thing here in Shenandoah County, from one end of the county to the other. And we have, at some point, schools to build. We have schools to update and to build on to or something because of growth. And we also have schools that need desperate maintenance and upgrades and to bring back up to code to be sufficient. And I know, hope, and trust that you all will look at it, and it's hard to eat an elephant, but you can bite it off a bite at a time, and you figure out how to prioritize what needs to be done. And anybody in business would tell you that it's most important usually to take care of the things that you already have and then figure out how to move on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This concludes the public and staff comment on agenda items. Category 3 is the consent agenda, and the chair asks for a motion to approve the consent agenda items.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Rickard. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Carlino seconds, along with someone else on this side. Anyway, all in favor of approving the consent agenda indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. And the motion passes. Somewhere we get to the next thing. Category 4, instructional agenda, high school English language arts materials adoption. Mr. Shearer, who is the specialist for English and language arts. Welcome to the podium.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Shepard, members of our community. Thank you for the opportunity to present the high school ELA core resource adoption process. This evening, I'll take you through the procedure Shenandoah County Public Schools followed to evaluate and select a high school ELA core resource. I'll briefly walk through the legislative origins, describe how we ensured strong input from our stakeholders, and also touch upon our next steps. I want to begin by referencing the legislative requirement of this process. Virginia House Bill 2777 requires school divisions to adopt and implement high-quality instructional materials, often referred to as HQIM, for English, history, math, and science. Shenandoah County has been approaching this work in phases. At the elementary level, the division adopted HMH into reading in 2020. McGraw-Hill Study Sync was adopted for middle schools in 2024. The work you'll see tonight represents the final phase of aligning ELA core resources across grades K through 12. This adoption followed a clearly defined timeline that began at the start of the school year. In September, the instruction department introduced the adoption process, expectations, and the 2 core resource options to school administrative teams. Schools then selected pilot teachers who would implement the materials in their classrooms. In October, these pilot teachers participated in training sessions to prepare them to use the materials. Beginning in November, these teachers implemented the 2 core resource options during an 8-week classroom pilot. At the same time, all high school ELA teachers explored and evaluated the materials and submitted feedback through a structured process. In January, teachers and administrators reviewed the collected feedback and developed school-level consensus. Additionally, both core resources were made available at this time for community review and feedback at each high school. If approved by the school board, materials will be delivered to schools in May, and teachers will receive training in June in preparation for full implementation at the start of the 2026-2027 school year. The classroom pilot was a central component of the adoption process. Each of the 3 high schools selected 2 ELA teachers to participate. 1 teacher implemented HMH into literature, and the other implemented McGraw-Hill Study Sync. These two resources are HQIM approved by the VDOE. The piloting teachers used the materials in their classrooms for an 8-week period so both teachers and students could experience the resources in authentic instructional settings. Teachers were asked to use the materials with fidelity so that the instructional routines, texts, and supports within each program could be fully evaluated. Teachers utilized a balance of resources print and digital materials. Throughout the pilot, feedback was collected from teachers, administrators, and students to ensure that the evaluation reflected real classroom experiences. I would like to take a moment to recognize the teachers who participated in this work. Billy Firestein and Stephanie Williford from Strasburg High School, Teresa Maddock and Caddy DeMello from Central High School, and Kim Eastep and Greg Kleinsmith from Stonewall Jackson High School. While the classroom pilot was underway, all high school ELA teachers participated in a structured evaluation of the 2 core resource options. Teachers explored both programs and provided detailed feedback through an evaluation survey addressing multiple aspects of each resource, including instructional routines, student engagement, and alignment to standards. At the same time, the division provided opportunities for community members to review both programs and share feedback. Once the pilot and evaluation phases were complete, ELA departments at each high school met with administrators to review feedback and determine a school-level consensus. All 3 high schools independently selected HMH into literature. With all schools reaching the same conclusion, a division-wide consensus was achieved based on the collective voice of our high school stakeholders. If the school board approves this recommendation, the next steps will focus on preparing schools and teachers for implementation. In May, HMH into literature materials will be delivered to each high school in inventory. HMH representatives will provide initial training for teachers in June to support implementation of the program. Additional training will take place in August so that teachers are fully prepared before the start of the school year. The resource will then be implemented in high school ELA classrooms beginning in the 2026-2027 school year. This adoption represents the final step in aligning Shenandoah County's ELA core resources across grades K through 12, while ensuring that the decision reflects the experience and expertise of our high school staff. I want to thank the board members, Dr. Shepard, and community members for your time, and I would also like to once again thank our staff for their diligent work throughout this process. At this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
I have a question. So one of my concerns when my son attended high school here at Central, his English classes, they were not really reading literature. They were probably reading like 1 book of young adult, fiction per semester, and that was about it. And one of my concerns is I don't think that we're, and I don't mean just us, I think overall as a country, we're not reading enough about the classics and the books that we grew up reading, which all serve a purpose. Do you have a list of what books are being read in the high schools? And is it something that we have, like a list, and then the teachers can pick what they want to teach, or are we telling them you have to teach certain books?
Some books or excerpts of books will be required, and others will be optional based on teacher and student choice.
Okay.
But we do have those lists that we could provide.
That would be great if you could. Yeah,
absolutely.
thank you.
Other questions?
Will it be more textbook than Chromebook?
That is a great question, and one of the strengths of HMH into literature is it's designed to work effectively with both print and digital materials. So students will have access to printed text, workbooks, and instructional materials, which is going to allow teachers to conduct most of the core reading, discussion, and writing activities without relying on screens.
That's great.
So if I heard you correctly, more writing as well?
Yes, it has a very robust writing resource, and a lot of the reading is integrated into the digital component, but all of that can be transferred to print also.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Well, that was a good handoff, because item 4.2 is balanced instruction through reduced screen use, calling upon our Assistant Superintendent of Instruction, Mrs. Bronk.
I'm not quite as tall as Craig. Good evening, board members, Dr. Shepard. Good to see you. So this evening I'm going to talk to you a little bit about balanced instruction through reduced screen use. This aligns with the resolution that was presented, I believe, 2 months ago. And so we're just going to touch base on where we're at, where we're aligned to that resolution, what are the state requirements for technology in our schools, where we're at currently with technology usage, and then what is the support and what do we need to do to sustain that initiative. So where are we aligned with your current resolution? So So in your resolution, the Shenandoah County School Board is committed to ensuring that all students receive a high-quality education that promotes academic excellence, critical thinking, long-term retention of knowledge, and the mental well-being of its students. And if you'll note the pictures, we tried to pull some samples of things that we thought that as a board you would be interested in seeing are happening in our classrooms. Research consistently shows that handwriting and reading from paper materials enhance comprehension, memory, retention, and cognitive engagement compared to reading or writing on digital screens. And the human interaction of teacher-led instruction and attention cannot be replaced by an electronic digital screen, and we couldn't agree more. So where are we aligned? So currently, instruction is overwhelmingly led by teachers in a face-to-face interactions across all levels, K through 12. Digital tools required and recommended by the school division are evaluated by the technology department for student privacy and terms of use. And our core content area textbooks, K through 12, are provided in hard copy. Additional math manipulatives have been purchased for K through 8 within the last 5 years. And elementary and middle schools have plans for adjusting the assignment and use of Chromebooks for the 26-27 school year. So just to give you an update on where we're at with that, at the elementary level currently our kindergartners are no longer one-to-one with Chromebooks. We have carts available, so if they have an activity where they need Chromebooks, they can get the cart and use those with their students. First grade, we do start using them one-to-one. However, we are not sending those Chromebooks home. We stopped doing that, I believe, last year. So Chromebooks do not go home with our elementary school students anymore. And right now, we're in conversations with the middle school principals about not sending home the Chromebooks in the middle school next year. So we need to get some things to make that happen in our schools, some charging stations and things like that. So that's one of the adjustments that we're in the process of making. So just to pull out some experiences, if you were to go into our elementary schools, we expect you would see students working with manipulatives, using whiteboards to record their answers, as you can see in these pictures. In middle school, another elementary example. So this actually, the picture on the left is a student that is using her English textbook. And they have, it's a workbook, but they're able to annotate and write in that workbook. And so that is a great tool for our teachers to be able to use, and it actually gets them in hard copies, not on the computer. And then the picture on the right is an example of a student practicing multisensory letter formation. Middle school students, you hopefully would see them doing similar pictures to this, analyzing specimens in a science lab. The one on the right is a mock legislative session to try and pass a law in our high schools. Here's an example of some biology notes, and then also participating in a novel study in a high school classroom. So let's touch base briefly on what some of our state requirements are, because we can't get rid of Chromebooks completely. And I think you all are aware that our SOL tests and our growth assessments are done digital on our Chromebooks. And they also have what we call TEI, Technology Enhanced Items, and that requires a digital device. And we have to give students opportunities to do that. So for example, on the SOL test, it's not just a multiple choice question always. Sometimes they have to do a drag and drop. They have to fill in on a graph where different pieces may go. They might have to put something in sequential order. And if they miss any piece of that question, the whole question's incorrect. So it's important that our students get exposure to those TEI types of questions. And then we also do our local assessments, our benchmarks are also done digitally, so we can measure what our students know and understand. And so it's also a check for us to make sure that our students are retaining the information that we're teaching them. So those are some of the ways that we need to use it. And then also our state requires that we have digital learning integration. So the state moved in 2020, they adopted these digital learning integration standards, and those are in all of our standards K through 12. And so so first of all, let me tell you what digital learning integrations are. They define them in 7 student roles: digital citizen, a knowledge constructor, an innovative designer, a computational thinker, a creative communicator, and a global collaborator. And these are also part of the domains of a profile of a graduate. And so an example of where our standards have changed, I pulled a lower level example just to help you understand. So at 2nd grade, the standard is create a simple presentation using multimodal tools that enhance the topic of enhance the topic or the presentation. And this strand explicitly says that they need to be able to use digital tools, not just print. So we have to use, to meet the SOLs, we have to be able to use our Chromebooks some. However, that doesn't mean that they're on Chromebooks all period or all day, and those are just woven into. And another example would be in history. We expect our students to be able to look at primary sources. Well, to do that, they need to be able to do that digitally. So we did a survey with our teachers just to ask them, how much time do your students spend in your class period on a Chromebook? And so this is the elementary snapshot. So you can see that the times are 0 to 15 minutes, 16 to 30 minutes, 31 to 45 minutes, or more than 45 minutes. And so most of our classrooms are spending 0 to 15 minutes a day on the Chromebook. I did not break this down by level, but I would venture to say that our 30% and 8% that are getting up there a little higher would be our upper grades, where they are using the Chromebooks a little bit more. So what are we using them for? Well, we use them for math tools. So in the elementary level, we have Reflex Math and Imagine Learning Math, which is also a fact fluency. And then we also have Desmos, and Desmos is the online calculator that students use for math. And so they have to have exposure to that. Teachers are also using it for Google Classroom and for Canvas. They use it for research. We have Pebble Go, Storyline Online, Epic, and Britannica. And then, of course, for our assessments, which is done primarily through Mastery Connect. But some of our teachers also try to make those things fun, and so they'll use things like Lookit, Kahoot, and GimKit. And so those are like online quizzes that they can give kids, and it has like a little bit of a gaming element to make it a little more fun. So here's the usage at the middle school, and you can see it's starting to increase a little bit, and you would expect that as we go up in grades that the usage of the Chromebook is going to go up a little bit. So less than 10 minutes, 27%, 10 to 20 minutes, 27%, 21 to 40, we're starting to get up there, 36%, and then more than half the period is only 8%. That is only about 5 teachers across the division. When I pulled those numbers, I did get about 200 responses from teachers on this, by the way. And so that was only about 5 teachers, and I wasn't able to go through the way I set the form up, but I wondered if some of those might be our technology teachers that we have at the middle school. So what are the middle school students using it for? Well, they're using it for the learning management systems, which is that Google Classroom and Canvas. Again, math, Desmos, calculator. And then at the middle school level, we also have IXL, which is a practice tool that teachers can use, and we have that in math, English, and science and history as well. Nope, that science and history is at the high school level. At the middle school level, it's just math and English. And then engagement tools, again, that GimKit, the Lookit, and the Kahoot. And then literacy and reading, we also have students at the middle school level that use Lexia. And Lexia is one of our primary interventions that we have for students at the middle school in reading. And then they also have Newsela and Common Lit. And then again for assessments, Mastery Connect and Google Forms. Here's our high school usage. And so you can see, again, the numbers are going up a little bit here. More than half the period is about 20% here. And then here are the things that they're using them for at the high school level. Again, those learning management systems, Google Classroom, Canvas, and then assessment tools, Kahoot, Lookit, GimKit, Quizlet, Quizzes, and Mastery Connect. And they also do a lot with Google Suite at the high school level with the kids and doing Google Docs, Google Slides, Google Drive, And then also we have some subject-specific tools, as I was saying earlier, IXL, Edpuzzle, Wayground, and WeVideo. Wayground is also another way to provide a quiz to students. And then our high school students also begin to use Canva, which is a design element for students to use. So what are our next implementation actions? So we want to support teachers in leveraging student writing to enhance their comprehension, memory retention, and cognitive engagement, and reinforce the expectation that human interaction of teacher-led instruction and attention cannot be replaced by an electronic digital screen. So what does the research say? Handwriting activates a broader network of brain regions involved in motor, sensory, and cognitive processing. Typing engages fewer neural circuits, resulting in more passive cognitive engagement. Despite the advantages of typing in terms of speed and convenience, handwriting remains an important tool for learning and memory retention, particularly in educational contexts. Also, one of our major tools that we have in our pocket right now as educators is quality teachers are a critical determinant of student achievement. So Chromebook and device management, elementary K-5 devices, as I said earlier, remain in the classroom on charging cards, used only for specific testing or supplemental activities. Secondary, we still have a bell-to-bell phone-free environment, and Chromebooks are open only upon explicit teacher instruction for a specific task. That is an area that we'll probably need to start educating some of our teachers on and having them help reinforce that thought process in their classrooms. Support and sustaining balanced instruction. So build on what is already working. Continue strong instructional practices already in place. Highlight classrooms that are effectively balancing hands-on, paper-based, and digital learning. Use existing structures by incorporating balanced instruction into current walkthrough conversations. So as you know, our administrators are always doing walkthroughs, and so incorporating some of that into what we're looking for. Discuss instructional balance during regular leadership meetings, and leveraging existing professional learning time. Gather feedback and adjust. Invite teachers' input on what is working well. Adjust guidelines based on classroom realities, and share successful strategies across schools. And then we need to monitor student impact. Observe student engagement and participation. Review academic trends alongside instructional practices, and make thoughtful refinements as needed. And those are the references to some of the things that I used this evening. Any questions? I know you have them, I saw you writing.
Under your writing.
Yes.
I don't want to assume that it's with pencil and paper, but I'm assuming we're going to start increasing the use of pencil and paper.
Yes, that is the goal. It's going to take us having some professional conversations with teachers. I think that it's already begun. I think that we're heading in that direction, but we still have pockets of places where it could get better.
Are we going to increase cursive writing, the amount of time we spend on that?
Well, we definitely teach cursive writing. We can look into it and see how much time is actually being spent on it. I don't have that off the top of my head, but we do begin teaching cursive writing in 2nd grade, and then finish it in 3rd grade, but then after that it's never mentioned again, so that's part of what makes it a little difficult to continue that trajectory of cursive writing.
Yeah, as you know, I have a lot to say in here about this. One of the things I did want to say, and I wanted to comment, I was going to do it in my board member comments, but I think it's relevant right now. As you know, we have the mental health task force, and we had our students come with us last week, not this week. Was it this week or last week? And which is always very helpful for us because we get to hear from students from all 3 campuses, middle and high school. And it was pretty amazing to hear all of them across the board talk about the same things. And one of the things that they were talking about was the fact that they wish there was more engagement in the classroom. One of them was a problem with the Chromebooks. They really don't want to be using the Chromebooks, but also they were complaining a lot about the packets of information. They were all saying that they want to see more engagement from the teachers, that they want to see more presentations, that they want to actually be able to talk more about what they're learning. Which I thought was really interesting because these are students that have never really had that kind of teaching like we had it. So for them to know that that's what they would like to have, I thought was great to hear. I spoke to Dr. Shepard yesterday. I am considering, because we do have an instruction committee, and I know you're working on a lot of this stuff and the AI and all that, but I think we're considering maybe having a meeting sometime in May, and even advertise it so that we can actually have more members from the board to discuss some of the things, because I think that there's so many questions and there's so many things that we would like to hear from the teachers and that we would like to hear from you that unfortunately we don't have the time to do during our regular meetings. So I think I'm gonna look into doing that hopefully, so that way any board member that is interested in attending and asking questions. But if I do, I'll definitely talk to you, because I do have some questions, but I'm thinking I'm just gonna leave them until then.
Yes, we can get together.
We'll do that.
I just have a question about these supplemental activities like reflex math. So in our elementary schools, if our students are using reflex math and they go through the whole program and, you know, they get a final score, I guess, whether it's green or red, if they pass, you know, they just go further. Do they ever get any explanation in regards to the questions that they've missed?
So reflex is really just practice on facts. It's fact practice. So addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. So there's really, when you say, like, it doesn't reteach them anything. So if they're struggling with that, it would be up to the teacher to look in the program, see that a student is struggling, and be able to go back and have conversations with that kid and reteach some skills.
But I guess my question is, how would the teacher know?
They would have to go into the program.
So you can actually go into the program just to see
the
what
teachers
questions
can,
they-
yes.
And then the same thing for the IXL, is that the same? Because I know that's for our upper
And a
level.
lot of our teachers actually assign the things they want students to do in IXL. Reflex is a little different. The kids, I mean, the teachers can say, I want you to work on multiplication, and so then the kids pick multiplication. IXL, they can actually assign different topics to the students to work on.
Like per student?
Yes. Yes. Usually they do it by class though, because everybody's working pretty much on the same thing. IXL is not really meant to be a remedial tool, it's to be a practice tool. Lexia is more of a remedial tool, and so that is where students are struggling. They might go into Lexia to get some intervention, but then there's also a face-to-face piece that goes along with that. So they might have, if they have a half an hour, they might have 15 minutes where they're online, and the other 15 minutes they're working with a teacher or a tutor, because that is some of the times when we have our tutors coming into the building during that IE time at the middle school. And so they might work with a tutor during that time.
Okay, thank you.
Have you gotten any feedback from staff on you know, these changes and, you know, plans going forward? Has there been any, you know, feedback, positive or negative, either way?
I think we've had some teachers panic a little bit, like, oh, we're not going to be allowed to use Chromebooks anymore. And we've said, no, that's not what we're talking about. It's really about a balanced approach, because there are SOLs that we have to address. Like at the middle school, we have to teach computer science standards. There's a lot of technology involved with that. So I think that we just need to do some more talking with the teachers and let them realize it's not that we're taking them completely away. It's about being balanced. So when we're talking about a writing assignment, we'd rather see you do paper pencil. Yes, you need to be able to type, because eventually you are going to have to type it when you do your writing SOL. However, at the lower grades, we really want to be able, we want you to have paper to pencil.
Right, and well, and I mean, that's a good point, because it's a fine line. We need the technology as you advance in education. It comes in more, you know, especially at the university level. How does what we're doing compare to any of the other school divisions around? Like, is this different? Is it the same? You know, I mean, as much as I like Shenandoah County to be unique, I don't want to be too unique where we're either setting us back or being too far ahead.
I don't know exactly what all the other divisions have in place, but I can tell you that Rockingham and Frederick County have also been looking at the same issue.
Yeah.
I know that Rockingham, their middle school kids don't take their Chromebooks home anymore either. So like that kind of thing, and I know Frederick did some similar things where they were trying to find out where are we at and where do we need to go.
Okay, no, thank you.
One more question about the cursive. I know you said you touch on it in second grade and it goes through third. There's no there's nothing preventing us from going further with it, is there?
No, it's just, it really becomes a time issue for our teachers. Well, you know, the reality is teachers want every minute for the SOLs that they have that are on their grade level. And then they also have students that are behind or struggling. And so making sure they have the time to fit in the interventions for those students. And so it really becomes a time issue. And when they look at their day, I'm just life according to Jim Proctor again, when they look at their day, what can I put to the side? They put cursive writing to the side. It's not because they don't want to teach it or don't believe in it or any of those things. It's truly becomes a time issue. So.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sad that we've gotten to the point where we teach to the test.
Well, we have a lot of standards to cover. If you ever want to sit down, I can show you the amount of standards that the state has put forward for some of our contents is true. Like, I can't remember which grade level it is, but it's in the middle school, and if we taught every day, we would have to teach a new SOL to cover them all.
I get it. I trust you.
And yet, the more standards we have, more as a nation, we're lowering our achievement test when compared internationally with other countries. I mean, that's.
We need to go back to the basics.
Yes.
But
I do have just one more
Yes.
question. You might not have the answer to it yet, but in regards to these apps, let's say we're just talking about Reflex and IXL, they're not free. They come with a tag.
Yes. Yes.
So I'm just wondering, do we have data that shows us that we are getting what we're paying for? And the second part to that is, how often do we evaluate that?
So we evaluate the usage quarterly. Maggie Gavello, our math person, goes in and checks on the IXL usage for math, goes in and looks at the Reflex data. Imagine Learning was a pilot this year because first grade wanted something, making sure in my mind it was first grade, but yes, because first grade wanted something for math facts. So that was new this year, and we were just piloting it. I'm not sure if we will continue with that one, so it's kind of free for us right now. But we do go in and look at that quarterly. We go in and look at the IXL data. We go in and look at the Lexia data to make sure, one, that the usage isn't like through the roof, because then that tells us kids are just sitting on their computers all the time. And two, are they making gains? Is the data going the way we would want it to go? Prime example is, you and I had this conversation years ago. We had used iReady for many years, but our data really wasn't changing, and we weren't seeing the bang for our buck. And so it became a cost analysis. Is this worth the time and the energy and the money, or should we put something else in place? And so yes, we do that.
So would you say that we evaluate, how often do we evaluate it?
We're constantly evaluating it. It's an ongoing process all the time.
Okay. Thank you.
I think I want to make one more point of clarification, just in terms of what we did with this resolution, and that it's really covering the instruction and how our kids are learning. The teachers can still use this as tools. I know they use it for communications. They may use it for how they're going to write a test and all that. So that's not going to necessarily change. And also for special education, definitely if there's a place for that, that's not something that we're going to touch. That's completely separate from what we're doing in terms of general education.
One of the other things that I didn't put in the slideshow that I will point out though is whenever teachers want to use a new website or online tool, it's most definitely probably blocked by our technology department. So then they have to put in a request to have that unblocked. And so then what we do is the instruction department or whoever this program might pertain to, but most of the time it's the instruction department, we go and evaluate it. So one of the examples is the YouTube. Like YouTube was widely open to students, so they could get on YouTube and watch YouTube videos, and so we've blocked that. Students cannot get to YouTube. The only way they can watch a YouTube video on their Chromebook is if their teacher takes it and embeds it into Google Classroom or Canvas, and then the student can go on, but then they can only see that video. And it also takes out all of the commercials that go with it. So that's an example of where we have tightened things down. And teachers get frustrated because sometimes they're expecting to be able to use something and then they can't. And we also really evaluate those things for their instructional value. And to be honest, our instructional department is pretty strict. If it's gamified, if it's not tightly aligned to SOLs, it's usually a no.
I'm just gonna, this is a topic that is actually very important to me, and I'm gonna just add on to both mics that they were saying, and I agree, a balance, and I agree that the future is technology. But on the other hand, and I feel that we have dropped the ball on this, kind of just without maybe realizing it, kind of keeping up with all the mandates, and sometimes that happens. But I am a big advocate for, like you said, back to the basics. To me, I get it. Education never plateaus, and I get the technology is the future. But I am a big advocate for the basics. You know, you have to know how to read and write. I don't have the answer. I know it's difficult. I know there's only a certain amount of time in a school day. But if there's any way possible, I am a big advocate that the kids need to know how to read, and they need to know how to write. And like Mike says, cursive is very important. So whatever we can do.
Yes, and our principals are working on that. You know, that's something they struggle with every day, working with their teachers. We are currently evaluating where we're at in our elementary schools, because we know that that's building the foundation for our students' whole educational careers, and beyond. And so we are working on that very diligently right now with our elementary schools, and hopefully we're going to start to see those gains real soon.
Well, I guess that's it. That's very thorough, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time and preparation. That closes out the instructional agenda. We now move to category number 5, which is the informational agenda. Information and discussion of proposed health insurance plan. Dr. Shepard, you're up.
Thank you. At the February 23rd meeting, I presented the health insurance information for the first time. And there was some questions about the affordability of the proposal. So I came back with five options. So here are the options. If option A is continue with the current health insurance plan with no changes, which would be, the cost of the increase is almost $2.4 million in health insurance, and then the total ask from the Board of Supervisors would be about $1.3 million. So option B is move from KeyCare 250 to KeyCare 500, and that would be a savings on our health insurance premium of $250,000. The cost of the health insurance increase would be $2.1 million. And the total ask of the Board of Supervisors would be $1 million, a little over $1 million. Option C would be to change the prescription copay from 10, 30, 45, and 55 to 15, 40, 60, and 75. And if there were no other changes to the health insurance, the savings would be about $65,000, and the cost of the health insurance premium would be $2.3 million. And the ask from the Board of Supervisors would be a little over $1.2 million. Option D would be to increase employee contribution by $25 per month for each employee on all plans. The cost for employee would be $300 more a year. The savings on health insurance would be $225,000, and the cost of the health insurance increase would be a little over $2.1 million. And then the total ask from the Board of Supervisors would be a little over $1 million. And then I combined option B, C, and D. And the cost of the health insurance increase there would be a little over $1.8 million, and then the total ask from the Board of Supervisors would be $760,000, a little under $760,000. So the original proposal at the top is at the top, and then if we went with options D or E, where we would increase the premium for our employees, those numbers are on the bottom chart. So you could see employee only for the KeyCare 1000 preventive dental, would be $33, but if we would increase the premium for $25 per month for the employees, it would be $58. So there's just a snapshot of what that increase would look like for our employees. So then, this is the original proposal, and it shows where we land with Frederick and Rockingham County. And then if we added option D and E, you will see where we land. For the employee only, we're still a little lower than our colleagues to the north and south of us, Frederick and Rockingham. And you'll see our employee plus spouse is still lower than Frederick and Rockingham. Employee plus child, we're in the mix. Employee plus children, we're a little higher. And employee plus family, we're in the middle there. So there's what it would, that's what our health insurance would look like if the school board approved option D or option E. And then here is the comparison year over year of where our health insurance has been from 2023 to what is proposed currently. And this is the original proposal, and I think the next slide is option where we would be with option D and or E. So the reason I added this to information, because it's also on action, is to give the school board an opportunity to discuss it before we actually go to have a vote on the action agenda. So here are the options again, if you would like to have any conversation at this time about the insurance plan options and where you would like to go this evening with this.
Mr. Ricker.
Dr. Shepard, there was mention, I think, at our work session when we were talking about insurance, that if we changed providers, it would cut the 2.4 million in half. Is that accurate?
So there was, I'm going to have to defer to either Ms. Hodges or Ms. Campbell, but there was a insurance carrier who provided lower premiums. A couple of things that, and I'm not going to name the insurance carrier, but they only serve 90% of our physicians that our employees went to. So 10% of the doctors or physician's assistants or whatever that went with this, 10% would not be in network. So they would have to pay more. And we have heard loud and clear from our staff, because we switched to Aetna a few years ago, and we have heard loud and clear from our staff that they would really prefer to stay with Anthem. And so that's the recommendation.
Even if it were to cost the employees more out of their pocket?
So I don't know about costing them, I don't know where the break point is, so yes, a little more, but I don't know where the breakage is there, where they would say, no, we want to switch providers if it was, $100 more a month. I'm not sure.
Well,
I'm not
the
sure.
reason I'm asking that is if it's that much of a savings to change carriers, and it keeps the deductibles, the prescription care, all that the same, and we didn't have to.
It's not half.
What is that number? I heard it would save us like $1 million.
I don't remember what the savings were. When we got the initial proposals, and I'm gonna look to Ms. Hodges, the Anthem proposal was double what that one was. But then our consultant went back and negotiated, and that has come down to the 15.2%. So it is no longer double because it's come down. These insurance changes that Dr. Shepard has on the screen as options actually takes us within a competitive range of that other proposal.
I'd like to see that number before I can make a decision, because I mean, to be honest, we can't keep absorbing the additional cost for our employees. But if we could save our employees that additional cost by changing providers, and you're only talking 10% of doctors in network.
Let me look on that.
Thank you.
No, I agree, Mr. Rickard. I mean, you know, the school board and the taxpayers can't absorb this indefinitely. You know, we've got a lot of things to pay for, and you know, the rising cost of health insurance isn't going to go away. So this is something that will be perpetual. So, I mean, down the road, if it's not this year, I mean, it may come to the point where we will need to really consider moving away from Anthem, even though our staff is comfortable there now.
Number-wise, not percentage, but number-wise, how many employees do we have that take the health care again?
750. That's a round number. I think it's 754.
Out of approximately how many?
1,000, a little over 1,000. So about 75% of our staff.
So, is there a way that if we were to, in theory, cover this, I mean, that could we leverage the percentage increase to cover this? You know, if we go up with the 3%, could the increased premiums come out of those, you know, of the raise for the people who take the health insurance? Because this brings me back to the, you know, the disparity that we have, because we have X amount of employees who do not take health insurance. And so if we cover this for them and they get, you know, a 2 or 3% raise, they are being compensated at a much different level than employees who do not take the health insurance. And I'm not saying that our employees should not take health insurance, trust me, but I mean, if you're getting health insurance outside of our benefits package, you're saving the county money. And, you know, and you're being compensated at a different level. So if we could, you know, let's say if we are going to do a 3% COLA raise, could the increased premiums come out of the employee's COLA raise?
So option D, I think, is what you're recommending, but is it, you know, is it $25 a month or is it something else?
Well, you know, I don't, because each employee is going to have a different number anyway. Right?
That's right.
So, yeah, all right.
So, Ms. Campbell, I have a number. I don't know, I'm going to say it, and then you can tell me if I'm right or wrong.
I didn't have the increase in my computer. Linda went upstairs to get the paper copy.
All right. So if you look at option E, the increase is of health insurance is $1.8 million. And with this other organization, the increase was 1.4 million. So it is less, significantly less.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking almost $1 million.
400,000.
Well, if we're talking about option E,
But yes, if you're looking at option A, yes.
that's what I'm looking at, because I want to compare apples to apples. If we're talking about a new company that keeps the deductible at $250, keeps the pharmacy co-pays the same, and we don't have to increase the cost to the employees, and it's going to save us $1 million, a loss of 10% of the doctors is what's keeping us from making that decision? I mean, to me, we're supposed to be good stewards of the taxpayer dollars, and trying to look out for our employees' best interest. I kind of think it's a no-brainer. Just to confirm, does it keep the deductible at $250 and the pharmacy copays the same?
Yes, that's what it says, but you know, until we take a deep dive into the health insurance plans, we won't know exactly what it looks like. So when we switched to Aetna 5 years ago, we had some unexpected calls. So, and I can't explain them, but they didn't pay the same as Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield. So the same visit for the same thing with Aetna cost our employees more than the same visit when they had Anthem. So, and that's the feedback we got over and over again, is it's costing us more for the same services that we received previously.
I guess one of my concerns, and I know what company we're talking about, and I had a horrendous experience with them. I mean, it's one of the things that they say they're going to cover something, but then they end up not covering what they said they're going to cover. But putting that aside, my one concern, and it's more of a question, I guess, and I don't know if there's any way of knowing. My concern is where we are, we have very limited resources and access to doctors of many, many kinds. I mean, even for many of the specialists, we have to go to either Loudoun County or we have to go to Harrisonburg. So my concern would be, do we know if we pick another insurance, if there would be practitioners here in this area? I mean, I guess that, I'm wondering if that's a concern that the employees would have, is that there wouldn't be, the doctors here in the area would not be accepting that particular insurance. And I just don't know if there's a way of knowing that. If there's any way that we can find out if it's just a 10%, or is it just, 10% across the board, or is it just 10% here in Shenandoah County, or, how would we know who would take that other insurance? I mean, would we be able to know?
My understanding of how the RFP worked is that we sent all of the doctors that have been used by our employees to the companies that proposed, and then they came back and said we can serve 98% or 95% or 90%. So that's my understanding of how it worked.
Do we have that in writing from them?
I don't know that I have it in writing, but that's what I was told.
This other company we're talking about that maybe could save that much, the company, the independent company or contractor we used to do all that, was that company in the ball game when he evaluates all that and presents it? Is that company in the mix?
They were one of the 3 organizations that provided a quote that met the RFP criteria, so that they provided dental, vision, and healthcare. So they met the criteria to be considered, yes.
I guess what I'm getting at is, what I'm getting at is, if this company was in the ball game and how it works, the independent, am I right? The independent person, I can't remember the name of the company, but in the meetings where he presents to us, in other words, he's advocating for us what's the best, campaigning for us, trying to get the best deals for us.
Right.
Was this company in that mix that he was trying to get the best?
So the only company that we negotiated with was Anthem, if that's what you're asking.
That was the only company?
That was the only company.
But you got proposals from 2 other companies that weren't there. So, would it be possible to, if we wanted to look at going with another company, to negotiate them down too?
Possibly.
All right, so, and the percentages when Anthem came back was 22 and 23%, and then this other company was 11. So, I mean, and we're now down to 15 or 16 or something, right, with Anthem. So, I mean, if that number could lower, I mean, it makes financial sense to take a hard look at it at the very least.
But, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm very cautious of, with Anthem, we know what we have. We know what it is, we know what we have, we know what to expect. I am cautious about somebody advertising and then you find out it's really not what they were advertising. We all have been down that road.
Yeah. So we know, unless this company has better rates negotiated with, with Valley Health or Centera or whatever, we know that our claims are actually, we're paying out in the 90%. And most insurance companies like to be in the 80%. So we're paying almost as much money out as Shenandoah County's paying the premium to Anthem, and they're paying almost the entire amount of that out to Centara, Valley Health, provide, all the doctors that we use. So, so it's going to be tough for a company to make money at an 11% rate.
Mr. Rickard.
This vote does not need to happen tonight, correct?
Go ahead.
The reason I'm asking is it possible to put it out to the employees that have insurance to find out, put a survey out there? Would you want to stay where you're at if it's going to cost you more per pay period than to switch to another carrier and we were able to absorb that cost?
So what has to happen tonight is we have to vote on a budget so that we can forward it to the Board of Supervisors, because they have a meeting with the school board on Monday at 1 o'clock, and then they have a meeting on Tuesday to set their tax rate for advertising. So they have to know how much money the school board is asking for in order to do what they need to do on Tuesday.
But we could give them this number. We don't have to have a final decision until we solidify the budget, correct?
We're going to solidify the budget this evening with, with the, there's a crack at, at the budget again after the Board of Supervisors sets their rate and they say, Shenandoah County Public Schools, this is what we're going to give you, and then we should have the state numbers at that point as well.
But if we voted on this tonight, and we just voted on the number for the sake of the budget, the Board of Supervisors isn't going to care if we reduce that number later on, as long as we don't go over it.
So I don't want to speak for the Board of Supervisors. However, what I would say is we need to be as close as possible, because they may advertise for a 2-cent tax increase and they only need to advertise for a 1, or so on and so forth. So that would be the only information I would give.
But we could, in theory, vote for example option E. And if then some reason we get information that says, oh, it's going to be lower, then we could always just swap that out. I mean, theoretically.
Yes.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
I was just getting ready to say that.
Sorry.
Any other questions, comments?
Wish we had more time.
A lot of people say that.
I guess just my only comment would be, yeah, it would have been great to know from the people who are going to be using this, because just from my personal experience, I would rather pay more, stay with Anthem, than pay less with this other company. But that's just my experience based on having had both of them.
Well, that's what I was getting at. I'm concerned of the unknown. Somebody ain't gonna care. I mean, I'm not, it may be legit, but at this time in the ballgame, I don't know if I want to take that risk.
Well, and what I know about that company, the experiences that I've had with that company are not great.
I'd just like to take care of our employees, but at the same time, I want to look out for our taxpayers too. We ate the cost last year. We can't keep doing it year after year. At some point, the people that use the insurance need to eat some of the costs themselves.
But I think that's what
Well-
option E does, though. Like,
Yeah,
it's,
nice.
I mean,
Yeah, you know, to me, I mean, I'm just throwing this out there, but it's up to the board, but the option E there that Dr. Shepherd provided looks like, come back to that term used earlier, balanced. But we also have to keep in mind, it's not just salary, but it's also benefits that keeps our employees.
Yeah, but we have been told over and over again they're not leaving because of money or benefits.
Yeah.
But coincidentally, I switched the other way. Our family switched from Anthem to this other company, and it's been one of the greatest things for us. So I guess, you know, it's, it'll depend on the user, you know, but it's saved us a lot of money with our copays and you know, with my son and my prescriptions with type 1 diabetes. I mean, a few hundred a month.
I just wish we had input from the employees, because, I mean, private sector, you're sent a thing in the mail says, hey, we're switching insurance providers, and you deal with it.
Yeah.
You know, it would be nice to get feedback from the employees. I think I only remember receiving one email from an employee about the health insurance.
Yeah.
Which was unfortunate.
How quickly can we get feedback?
We can get feedback before the work session on the 23rd. However, you know, this depends on how many people answer the survey.
But you're also saying we have to vote on this tonight.
well, what I would suggest is we vote on these options. And then in the meantime, maybe we'll do that poll and see if it does come back that we save money, then we can always switch that way. But if not, then we, you know, keep whatever we vote on today.
As I understand this discussion, if we vote on this, we're voting on the request to the board of supervisors, and we're not making a commitment to a provider. Is that correct?
That's what I hear.
Mm-hmm.
So we should perhaps go with the large request to cover ourselves just in case.
No, the other way.
You know, if the survey comes back and says, oh yes, let's go with this other provider, we don't have to take the extra money. Not that we couldn't use it, but.
Well, what I would suggest is just doing, for example, option E, because in that way we are requiring the employees to afford more, you know, to give more into their health
Yes.
insurance. So we're not paying for all of it.
Right.
And then the idea would be if the only way we would change it is if the other company comes back substantially lower than what this number would be.
Okay.
So what you're saying, so we're understanding if we go with option E, if the other company does come back lower and it does look better and it's been looked into, then we can always
Vote on it.
go with that company.
And then go back to the employees having to pay less.
In the meantime, we can still do the poll. I mean, it doesn't mean
Right.
that we're tied to it. It's just trying to get the opinion.
And my understanding is you want their opinion on the two separate companies and if they would be more willing to pay more for Anthem.
Mhm.
Is that right?
Right.
So a simple 3 or 4 question
Yeah.
survey.
That's it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but to be fair, we don't know what the other company, how do they answer that question when they don't know what the other company, what are, you know.
We'll include it in the survey. for
Just
our-
say assuming
what are the bottom line
that.
numbers with the other company?
Well, we can just say, assuming that this would be lower, would you rather do that? Assuming, meaning that we don't know for that for a fact.
I think I feel more comfortable, superintendent looking into it and making sure that the figures are lower or are better before
Yeah.
going.
But are we able to negotiate that
Before
in
a
that
week.
tight window of time between now and the 23rd and get the staff survey?
I know we could do a staff survey. I don't know about the negotiation piece.
So, but you could do what Gloria's saying and put in there, assuming this other company negotiates at the deal that they stated, would you be comfortable changing carriers?
I think I have enough direction.
Yes.
Well, it sounds like we're done with that for a while.
Yes.
5.2, information on the superintendent's proposed fiscal year 2027 budget and capital improvement plan.
So for this, I just added this for information, just so that you would know that whatever we do with health insurance is going to impact the budget. So that was really the intent of this. So I will not go through all of these slides in their entirety because you have seen most of them. But we are going to talk about the school board will vote on the budget here in a few items, and I want you to be clear on the things that have been proposed. So we would like to have an additional special ed program compliance teacher, and that position would go to North Fork Middle School and Central High School. No, it would go to Signal Knoll Middle School and Strasburg High School. That is the only school that does not have a program compliance teacher, and it helps our special ed staff with IEPs. And then 2 additional special ed teachers, one at Ashby Lee and one at W.W. Robinson Elementary School. Grant funds paid for the following asks: 3 special ed teachers, 1 assistant principal that is currently at Ashby Lee Elementary School, an interventionist, I think that position is at W.W. Robinson. A grant funded our halftime aviation teacher, so we would like to ask to put that in our budget, and then the attendance and recovery programs. And then we are also asking to add middle school volleyball and 7th grade boys and girls basketball. Our students at our middle schools are constantly asking for additional sports opportunities that they can participate in. I have proposed a 3.25 cost of living to all salary scales plus a step. I am asking to do a special ed teacher incentive at $5,000 stipend each. And then the health insurance increase would go anywhere from 1.8 million to 2.3 million. And then there are the options that we just discussed. And then there's the health insurance information again. And then the last couple of requests are a person to manage our capital projects, and then also additional funds for our maintenance budget, mainly to include our, to be able to pay for the increasing cost of electricity, and some additional money for the maintenance department to use for repairs. So at the very bottom, you'll notice that depending on the healthcare option that was selected, our request to the Board of Supervisors is between $760,000 and $1.3 million. If the school board votes for option E, it would be $760,000. If the school board would vote for option A for health insurance, it would be $1.3 million. And then the capital improvement items are the same as they were previously. Nothing has changed. So happy to answer any questions as I'm scrolling through the CIP list, or if anyone has any comments. Now is the time before the vote here in a little while.
The question I have pales in comparison to all those millions of dollars that you have up there, but the expansion of middle school sports, the athletic directors who are in charge of that, I mean, they're in sync with expanding. But it wasn't one of those, oh no, not more.
Mr. Hensley, it wouldn't add a whole lot of extra work because those 7th grade students would travel with the 8th grade students in away games. So Mr. Hensley met with all 3 athletic directors and they're in support.
Well, that's good to know. Thank you. Mr. Richard.
Tagging on to what LB was asking about, do we know if the other schools in our division have 7th grade teams to compete against ours?
In our district, I don't know that I don't know that all of the schools in our division have, or all of the schools that participate in like our Class 2B region have middle school sports, but we do know that Rockingham has, and we can go outside of our division because it's not VHSL sanctioned sport, so, and they're not competing for a championship or anything like that. So we would have people to play that is within driving distance.
The only reason I'm asking is if we went outside our district for 7th grade, they would not be able to go on the same bus on the same night as our JV and varsity teams.
No, and so they would travel with our 8th grade team, who is not JV or varsity either.
But I think you had the same point. I guess we ought to make sure that wherever that 8th grade team's going, that school has a 7th grade team.
Yes, yes.
To take advantage of that.
And if nothing else, our 7th grade team currently are, so if it's the Signal Knob Middle School team, they could play North Fork and Peter Muhlenberg. So there would be some, I guess you could call it intercollegiate ball as well, inter-school ball.
I had a question earlier, just to be clear how this works. Okay, it's my understanding the state has it, they haven't set what they're going to do as far as a raise.
That's correct. So the Senate has approved a 3%, and the House approved a 2%, but the House has some flexible spending in their budget for school divisions. So not sure what that's going to look like. I know that both of their money committees are meeting, and they're trying to come up with some final plan. So we will not know until after you approve the budget what our state funds will be, and that's an every year thing. There was one year we didn't know what our state funds were going to be until June. So, you know, that's something that we live with every year.
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm just using common sense here, but, and I feel like could be a dumb question, but if the state does, if they agree on a 3% raise, and then we agree on a 3%, let's just say we agree on a 3% plus step, is that 3% covered by the state?
So their fair share of it. Ooh. Yeah, so yes, I know, it's complex.
Is the 3%? Is the 3%? The question is.
So in the state provides about 60% of our revenue, and the county provides about 36% of our revenue, and federal is is up the rest.
So you're saying that if the state decides on a 3% raise, it's a combination of the state and the local that has to make up that 3%.
That's correct.
So if we, I'm just using numbers example. So if the state decides, well, if they decide on a 2.5% and we decide on a 3%, so not only that combination, we have to make up the other 5%.
So you'll notice that even though our health insurance is going up pretty significantly, we're getting a significant amount of state funds because our health insurance went up by, let's say, 2.4 million. And 2.4 million, I'm scrolling back to get there. So our health insurance went up by 2.4 million, but the ask that we are asking for, the highest ask that we're asking from the Board of Supervisors is 1.3 million. So, you know, so we're not asking for any of the other things, you know, if you add all of those numbers together, it's well over, it's several millions It's several $1 million. So the state's covering most of those other things. So the state, you know, the capital improvement, management and oversight, $155,000. The inflation and the increased service costs, $180,000. You know, add those numbers together, and you're getting well over the amount the state's providing the funding for that. The $430,000 for the so you know, right there's that's $800,000, and then the cost of living is $2.8 million, so that's 3.6 if my math is correct, and then another $300,000 and $700,000, so there's another $1 million, so 4.6. So we're asking for about $4.6 million in new stuff, in new things, and we're only asking the Board of Supervisors for $1.3 million of that.
No, I'm a salesperson. So back to the 3, I'm just using that 3%. You're saying the state doesn't really cover all of that 3%. It's a combination between them and us.
That's correct.
And that's the number that we never really know.
That's right. And we won't know until after the General Assembly approves something and then the governor signs it.
Do you know what the superintendent from Frederick County was requesting for their employees?
I do not. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. He said that it's going to be an average, that each employee will get at least a 2.8%. However, when we looked at their scales earlier in the year, you noticed that there were several that were compressed that were the same, several steps were the same. So he's going to try to uncompress those scales. He said it's a 2 or 3 year process. Uncompress those scales. So it was between 2.8 and 5 point something% increase for his teachers in particular.
So 3.25 will keep us competitive with Warren, Frederick, Page.
Yes.
Okay.
A little higher than some, a little lower than the others, yes.
Middle's nice.
Yeah, middle ground.
And don't forget, Mike, then you add the step to that, and we're well above inflation.
What I've never understood though, and I had a teacher when, I think it was our first year on the board, we sat here and went over step, no step, back and forth, and I polled hundreds of teachers throughout the county. Thankfully, an economics teacher at Strasburg High School pulled me in and wanted to know, I see your brain going, don't mention names. But they broke it down for me, and for some reason, when you say plus a step, your salary from this year moves down to that next step. So the way I looked at it, I don't see where you're getting a step, because you're adding 3.25% to what you're making this year, but then that number moves down to the next step. So you didn't gain anything, to me anyway, except that 3.25%.
I think there was an article, was it not, Mr. Scheibe in one of the local newspapers that sorted that out?
Yes, so, you know, and it's still as clear as mud to most people.
Yeah, no, the guy that explained it to me, he's been with us a long time.
I see Kaylin really wants to jump in here and talk.
Once he put it up there, I mean, he put it on a board for me and we went through it. To me, I didn't see where you're getting a step, but when I went through all the teachers that I polled in the county, I think it was my first year on the board.
They said yes.
They all wanted that step.
Yes.
And I was like, okay.
Anything else on the budget?
That is it on the budget,
That's it on the budget.
unless there's other questions.
Hearing none, we shall proceed to 5.3. You may be aware that there is a statewide referendum on April 21st, something regarding congressional districts, and it does impact the school division because, as you know, Strasburg High School and Central are used as polling stations because of the availability of a sizable parking lot. And so I think the superintendent would like to discuss this in more detail.
Yes, so to allow families adequate time for childcare arrangements, we would like to ask for this item to be both for information and for approval. But the recommendation is to actually make April the 21st a professional day for our staff, so that voting can happen at Strasburg High School and Central High School on April the 21st for Election Day. Be happy to answer any questions since there won't be a meeting in between the information and the action.
Five point four, change request on May 14th of this year's school board meeting. Dr. Shepherd.
Thank you. Triplet Tech's graduation is scheduled for Thursday, May the 14th, which coincides with the May school board meeting. I would like to recommend that the May 14th meeting be rescheduled to Wednesday, May the 13th, to allow school board members and administrators to attend Triplet Tech's graduation. So this item is also being presented for information and action for this evening. So happy to answer any questions.
I'd ask my fellow board members to please consider that, otherwise I will not be here at that meeting.
I think it'll be considered. 5.5, discussion on Parent Community Advisory Committee. Again, Dr. Shepherd.
Thank you. A school board member has requested a discussion regarding the Parent Community Advisory Committee. Attached is a document outlining the mission and responsibilities of the committee that was previously shared with the school board members in January and February of 2024.
Any information or discussion that's needed?
I was the school board member that requested that. It was brought to my attention by two other advisory committee members that one of our spouses was on that committee, where I knew there was no break in the policy having one of our spouses on that committee. I just thought it was unethical, and maybe we should revisit this policy and put something in there. Speaking for myself, I would have never thought of putting my spouse on a committee after I have a voice on this board. I would rather hear more from taxpayers in the county. So when I was asked to nominate two people, it took me a while to come up with two people to put on that board. It's extremely hard. So I think we need to look at that policy and maybe make some changes to it. I don't know how the rest of the board feels. Like I said, I think it's just an ethical thing. I would have never thought to put my spouse on there.
Anyone else?
No, is this for action today, or are we just information today?
I don't think there's anything on the action agenda that I know.
Anything
else?
Well, I mean, we're mentioning a policy. I mean, this is it's the Superintendent's Advisory Committee, which is an administrative committee run by the superintendent. This is not under board control, and it's actually not a policy that the board voted on. So I think we're getting way ahead of that. I mean, and I don't know if it's the board's duty to control what our superintendent has in her committee. When I was first on that committee, I don't even know. I believe the superintendent may have appointed me directly. It seems like it's evolved after that point to where the board members are nominating people. So I don't know if we really need to micromanage this. And on the other end of that as well, when somebody's elected to office, their spouse doesn't lose their rights to be civically engaged as a citizen. So, I mean, I don't, I think that we are, ethical or not. I mean, that's subjective, but I don't know if we need to create more policies and micromanage Dr. Shepherd's committee.
Well, just I just wanted to say, and I'm not sure, this committee was already in place before I got elected, so I wasn't sure if it was ever approved by the board. I do understand, it was my understanding all along that we provide the members, and the reason why some of you may have been appointed directly by Dr. Shepherd is because members in the past did not do their due diligence in finding people. Is that correct, or I believe that's what's going on?
So originally, so this committee started 5 years ago when I became the superintendent, and originally I elected or selected the people for the Parent Community Advisory Committee, and then I asked the school board members to actually, send 2 representatives so that I could get a good group of people that could give me advice from across the school, across the county. So that was the intent, is to hear from our community.
So on that note then, I mean, so there never has been official governance of this by the school board?
No.
Right, okay. So
I get what you're saying, Mike. I just think it would look awfully ridiculous if we had a committee where all 6 of our spouses or family members were on the committee. To me, it doesn't give you a good cross-section of the county to give the superintendent feedback on her ideas or plans she's looking at implementing.
I guess what I would say is, yeah, it does kind of defeat the purpose if we're trying to have more community members involved. And honestly, yeah, as far as I'm concerned, it is the superintendent's committee, so she can actually decide to do whatever she wants. If we are not going to be voting on this, I did, I took it seriously, and I did look out for people in the community that would be good representing the community and be able to get information. I think with a lot of, I don't know if it's ethical or unethical, I'm not going to pass judgment on that, but for sure it's not a good look, especially when we've been talking a lot about a lot of the retaliation, a lot of the stuff that goes on in the community that we're not involving enough people. So as far as I'm concerned, that it's not a good look when it comes to that. But in the end, I guess you're right. I mean, it is the superintendent's committee, and I guess if we're not going to be the ones asked to appoint people, or if we're not going to be, taking an active role in it, then I guess it can remain like that. And it would probably be helpful to better define it and make sure that the community understands what it is and what it does. And maybe, if that's all we need to do, then maybe that's all we need to do.
But yeah, I mean, I just want to avoid overreach where it's not necessary. I mean, assuming that's what.
Yeah, I think, the problem is some people take it more seriously than others, and I think some people, when they get appointed to this, they think that they are actually, representing their community. So I guess what we need to know is, make sure that the people understand then what it is, that it's just a committee of the superintendent, not the school board, and that, she gets to do whatever she wants with it then.
Well, within reason.
Well, I mean...
Well, if it's hers, it's hers, right? I mean, that's what we're saying.
Gloria brings up a good point. I mean, when I found 2 people to nominate to put on there, it was 2 people that were known in my district. One of the people I've never actually met in person. They were referred to me. But I count on them to represent the people in the town of Strasburg. If I put my spouse on there, is she representing me, or is she representing the people in the town of Strasburg? And that's when I talk about ethical. When these 2 people came to me, that was their concern. They're like, hey, are you all putting your spouses on the board just to cover whatever you want to say? And I'm like, this is news to me. I didn't even know this. Let me research it. And so, when 2 people come to you that are on the committee and bring it to your attention, it's your job to check it out. And that's what I was doing. To me, I was like, man, I was kind of floored when I was told about it. I'm like, I would have never even thought. But
well,
if the board doesn't have a problem with it. we'll just go on with it.
There's one big caveat to that too. You know, if it was my spouse on there, you'd probably get some different opinions coming from us. So, you know, so maybe the broad spectrum of opinions might not be a bad thing.
Well, but there's
if they're coming from the same house. But I understand your points about the optics of it. But if we feel that we want to make this something that the board governs, then there's a process to do that.
All right, let's close that one out and move
Wait a
to...
minute, Mr. Van.
Whoa.
Stop this train.
Is this seen as a conflict of interest?
That's the way it was presented to me, but
The advisory committee is advisory. They're not making policy. They're not handling money. They're not making, passing motions or whatever. It's advisory. If I had a spouse who was an authority on health insurance, I wouldn't think twice about having that authority giving advice to the superintendent and whoever else was at that meeting. I would not think twice about that. Because they bring the knowledge, the lingo, whatever.
that would be on that one topic.
That would be on that one topic, yes. But look at the impact on our discussion today on health insurance.
Yeah, no.
Holy cow, it took almost 30 minutes.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, and if any of your spouses are in health insurance, I'd love to talk to them. But I mean, we're talking about representing the rest of the members of your district. That, when it was brought to me, Tom, it was conflict of interest. I couldn't find any.
I guess I'm gonna say I'm short and sweet. First of all, it's a superintendent's committee. They're extremely important. All views are important. Like the chairman pointed out, they only make certain decisions, or they don't make the, I don't know what you want to call it, but you know what I'm saying. They are important. Their view is important, so we have to have them. But it's a superintendent's committee, and if they see it as a conflict of interest, I don't know how to say this, but I will say with all due respect, if I had a spouse, more than just being on an advisory committee as a parent, if I had a spouse that was an employee of the school system and my decision making tonight, in fact, impacts a pay raise, which ultimately goes back to my household income, I don't think I'd bring it up. To me, that would be more of a conflict of interest if you're going to go. If that's the route that's going to be taken. That's all I have to say.
I advise that we move on. Southwest Food Excellence, Food Service Contract Renewal, Director of Finance, Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Vance. Good evening, board. In addition to my finance duties, I have the distinct privilege this year of overseeing our food service program. So, what I have before you tonight is a request to consider the renewal of our contract with our food service management company, SFE. They have been our partner since we put out the RFP in 2022. They help us administer our federal food service program. And tonight I have Lauren Mayer, who is our representative here in the district, to just give you some highlights on what we've done this year. This next renewal will be the last renewal on the original RFP, so we will have this for discussion at the work session on the 23rd with the intent to approve at the April meeting. So, Lauren?
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board. I have a cold, so please excuse me. Dr. Shepard and everyone joining us this evening. For those of you who I have not met, my name is Lauren Mayer. I've been with the district since we took over a few years ago. So I've had the privilege to be here to see it through many stages of life. So thank you for having me this evening. Over the past year, my main focus has really been on pretty simple, just engaging with the students, gaining feedback, and
listening to what the students in our district are asking for. So the first few years it was a little different, you know, just kind of getting my feet wet, and it's this year I've been able to really get out and talk to the students and find out what students are asking for in our district. So tonight, instead of overwhelming you with a bunch of charts and numbers, I'm looking forward to just sharing some highlights, memorable moments, and true successes in our district with our employees and students. So without further ado, let's go ahead and take a look at some fun things that have been happening this past year. And again, I apologize, my voice is not normally like this. Okay, so this is kind of SFE's mantra, and it is food first, customized programs for each district. Innovation is in our DNA, and compassionate leadership. In Virginia, SFE has the privilege to partner with Shenandoah County Public Schools, Spotsylvania, and Roanoke City Public Schools currently. So our SFE promise is we want every student to be excited about eating, to ensure they're nourished to learn. So at the core of what we do is to fuel students to reach their full potential in their learning environments. So some culinary and nutrition education that we currently run in our schools right now are our roving chef programs. We participate this at all of our elementary schools across the district, and whether it's working alongside me or chef, it's just kind of learning about kitchen hygiene, nutrition, and culinary skills. So it's been fun. I have some pictures at the end that hopefully you'll be excited to see, because it's a lot of fun to work with these students. Another exciting thing that I'm proud to let you all know is that we've introduced a supper service across the district. We piloted this at Stonewall Jackson in the spring of last year, and happy to say that we have now gone live across all of our high schools. So we are able to send dinners with our students. So it's always a good thing. We also have a CACFP snack program that's after school that we offer to students who are staying after for tutoring, or if it's a musical program that they have to stay over for school, we're supplying snacks for that in Kids Rec. And just, sorry to backtrack a little bit. So our dinners are at our high schools, and we're serving approximately 2,800 dinners monthly to our high school students. So, yeah. Good. And then the same with the snack service. It's averaging about 2,800 snacks each month. Something that's exciting is the Whole Milk Initiative. So my team at SFE has partnered with Shenandoah County Public Schools to introduce whole milk into our cafeterias. We just went live with this week, so it was huge. And so it's just, again, it's providing students with additional choices of milk options. We have Harvest of the Month. It's where we introduce a fresh fruit or vegetable, encouraging them to just kind of explore new foods. Menu feedback, I'm kind of boots on the ground, so isn't my partner Jamie. We're always out in the schools, visiting, engaging with students, gathering feedback, and just kind of, again, finding out what they want, because we're listening. Taste testing events, anytime this happens more in middle school and high schools. When we introduce a new menu item, we are out there kind of sampling it, like if you would at a Costco or Sam's. So the students love it. And this just kind of piggybacks on my last slide. Harvest of the Month is done monthly. Classroom education every other month, and you'll see off to your right, that's kind of just a snapshot of what that classroom education could look like. Taste testing, try to do it weekly, and certainly if we're introducing a new menu item. roving chef, 3 to 4 events per year. I do want to say we were invited to do all of 2nd grade at W.W. Robinson this year, and it was about 125 students. So it was a lot of fun, and I think they enjoyed it. So that's always good to get out in the school. So we just had our federal program audit last week, and I just wanted to kind of note what the auditor had, the feedback that we got from her. So the team, we received multiple accolades during the review. Welcoming professional staff across all kitchens, exceptional teamwork, very clean kitchen environments. Excuse me. Leadership was described as organized, responsive, and open to feedback. Outstanding results. So, performance standard met. It's a little hard to explain, but we had no findings. So, super impressed with that. As far as the meal pattern, nutritional quality, and also with the meal counting and claiming. And she also gave us feedback that we have strong compliance with USDA regulations. So super proud of all my staff. For the staff here in the district, they did a tremendous job. Sorry, I'm forgetting to click. So what does this mean for Shenandoah County? It means that we have a strong compliant nutrition program for our students. The teams are absolutely dedicated to working hard every day. The leadership is effective across the district, and there's continued commitment to providing health and quality meals for all of our students. So this is the fun part. So we participated in, it's called Crunch Around the Commonwealth, and I believe it was October 8th, or no, I'm sorry. We partnered with a few local orchards, and they brought us in some apples, and this was kind of a statewide push from the USDA, and the students at, I think it was 11 o'clock, they all crunched down on an apple, so it was fun, something cute that we participated in. And then we also partnered with local orchards around the area. These are food for thought. This is what the students in the district are eating. So I encourage you to come out and visit and come have lunch with us. I know, Mr. Vance, you came and attended one of our roving chefs, which was pretty.
Yes.
Yes.
Sandy Hook.
Sandy Hook, yes, sir.
Sandy Hook.
That was fun. So thank you for joining us.
It was fun.
Yeah, so I would love to see you all out there. I can get you a schedule or get you a menu. So these are our lunch heroes. Day in and day out, they work very, very hard. They're committed. They show up. It's not easy work. It's not easy work working in the kitchen. So yeah, we celebrate them daily. And then here's some pictures of our roving chef. It just kind of gives you an idea of what we do. They get a recipe. They follow the recipe. We give them the ingredients. They actually make the item that we have, and then they go home and can share the recipe with their families. It's fun. And then, so every single day in Shenandoah County Public Schools, we're serving about roughly 1,800 breakfasts and 3,600 lunches, which means averaging about 5,000 meals a day for our students. So we're excited about the direction that the program is heading, and bringing fresh ideas, positive energy, and experience through our nutrition program. Thank you for your time this evening, your continued support, and allowing us to hear and make a difference in the district. And I'm open to questions or comments.
I have a question.
Sure.
The numbers there, and you just have to, I just want to be clear, and I'm pretty sure it's not just me, but I'm just curious.
Sure.
Because back when I was in school, all it was lunch, and that was it. But now we have breakfast, then lunch, and then you said we're having dinners now?
Correct.
And I understand, don't get me wrong, I understand there's kids that don't get dinners, and I think it's sad, real sad, and I don't know how to fix that.
Yeah.
You know, I wish I could wave a magic wand. Okay, with all that, those meals, I'm just curious, who, other than lunch, who pays for that?
All of it's federally paid.
It's all federally paid?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And our dinners are for students who are in some type of activity after school, so whether it be band, or sports, or play, musical, things like that.
And that's great, that's great. I just hope they don't pull the pin.
Right. Yeah. We all hope they don't do that, because they are, the CFP and our separate programs are all reimbursements.
Okay. I mean, it all looks good. So if, I've already missed the train tonight, so if I don't have to go to work tomorrow, what school do you recommend to go to eat lunch at? Which one?
Oh, well, it's pizza day at the elementary school, so if you're in the mood for pizza, go grab a pizza. In our middle schools, we have about 4 to 5 different options a day, and our high schools like 6 to 8, so it depends on what you want.
I thought you were going to say any of them.
Well, that's what I just said. Come to any of them, come to a few of them, but no, we would love that. It'd be great.
All right, thank you.
No, thank you so much.
Did you just say 6 to 8 different options at the high school?
Yeah. Well, and so just to put that in some context, we have 2 cold options on our a la carte side. So our students are always provided with a fresh salad and a fresh sandwich, whether it's turkey or an Italian wrap or something in that level. It's kind of a cold a la carte side. So that's included in that. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just want to say thank you for doing that whole the program with the supper program. I think it's such a great idea for
Thank
the
you so
high
much.
school and the athletes and all that. So
Yeah, we're happy to do that.
yeah, that was a great idea. Good job.
Thank you so much.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good evening. Thank you for having me. Thank you, Dr. Shepherd.
Ms. Campbell, audit results of fiscal year 2025.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vance. Now turning to money, we ended last fiscal year June 30th, 2025. We received our audit results. I was expecting Robinson Farmer Cox tonight. Unfortunately, they could not join us. So you get me with their presentation, and I will try my best to answer any questions you have as we go through this. At your place tonight, you should have also received, as this falls, tighten that back up. You should have also received a copy of the agreed upon procedures that with the carry forward calculation estimates from last year. This will be for your consideration at the next work session, and we will go from there on what it looks like to get those monies reappropriated or asked back from the Board of Supervisors. That just came out yesterday, which is why it was not included on the board item originally intended. So, without further ado, our auditors were very happy with our audit results. They finished earlier this year, I believe it was January. But they just wanted me to point out that the audit objectives are to provide a third-party opinion. They did not check every single item, but their job is to make sure that our financial statements are fairly presented in material respects and in conformity with general accepted accounting principles. We are presented as a distinct unit of the larger Shenandoah County as a whole. And what they found in their opinion is that it is, like previous years, an unmodified opinion similar to all other years they have looked at our things. That means that they found no exceptions and they believe that all of our financials are presented fairly. Couple items to note, there are lots of tables in here. I will not go into them in detail. Happy to take any questions about them. But at this table, what I want you to notice at almost the very bottom corner is that there are small uses of fund balance. That means that we are not dipping into savings. We are using the funds we're allocated, we're bringing in revenues and using them accordingly. Federal government revenues, this just shows budget actuals, what was received. Year over year, it was about a $4 million decrease, and that was due to the disappearance of the CARES, COVID, ESSER funds, whatever you would like to call them. So it was not really a loss of regular revenue, it was a return to a revenue level that we had experienced pre-COVID. Commonwealth revenues, those that come from the state, on the other hand, were up about $2 million year over year. Expenditures, please note that they came in under budget. We budgeted to have $100 million spent, we spent $88 million. And the last 5 years' revenues, you can see that steady growth year over year for the last 5 years. And a similar trend in our expenditures. Compliance testing, they checked for state compliance. There was no non-compliance noted for state overall in our financials. They conducted 2 single audits of our federal programs. One was the Child Nutrition Cluster, which you just heard a report on. They had no non-compliance reported. And then Title I also went through a single audit with no non-compliance or other matters to report. Happy to take any questions and answer them to the best of my ability.
So I take this that during the audit they didn't find anything wrong, right?
Precisely.
So you get a lot of credit, right?
If you would like to give it to me, I really attest everything to my team and to the professionals that are here in the district, our bookkeepers at the schools, our teachers, our principals, everyone has a part in this.
Okay, well, and I understand that, you're right, but I just want to give, the way I take it, it was audited and they didn't find anything wrong, so I just want to compliment you and your department. Obviously, you all are doing a great job.
Thank you.
You had made a comment a couple slides back about not moving money around.
Are you referring to the fund balance slide?
I believe so.
Okay, so what I was pointing out here, I don't know if this has a laser pointer on it. At the very bottom corner, you'll see a negative 300,000 and a negative 19,000 right next to it. What that means is that we dipped into fund balance in our school cafeteria fund and the school activity funds, but it was small in comparison to the total amounts spent. What it means is that we're not dipping into savings except when absolutely necessary, and we're spending down, with regard to food service anyway, we're actually spending down excess fund balance that the state had told us we had to spend.
So, I guess so there is nothing in place to keep you from going into Central High School's budget and moving money from there to Strasburg High School's budget. Is it set up like that?
We have internal controls that keep us from doing that, and we give our principals autonomy on their own accounts. The school-based funds themselves actually can't be moved between schools. Those are accounts dedicated and located at the schools that the principals themselves have the fiscal autonomy over. They would actually have to physically cut me a check for me to actually touch their funds. The school board money, those appropriated funds, that's the largest portion of our budget. That's what we've been discussing in the budget process. Those can be moved from school to school, but they are not per our own procedures internal.
Thank you.
I have another question. You said back a couple slides back, did you say we had a surplus or carryover or something, or?
There's a sheet in front of you that I do not have a slide for. We have a surplus. I'm not going to get into it tonight. We are going to discuss it in great detail at the work session.
Okay, but we had a surplus.
We did. We had a surplus of approximately $8.3 million almost, and 1.6 million of that was grants. 1.2 of that was our capital improvement program with unfinished projects, and 5.5 of that was unspent operating dollars.
Okay.
I would like to add on to that just a little bit. So Ms. Campbell said that we were going to talk about that at our March 23rd work session. And what I would like the school board to think about is, for that work session, is where we would like to see that money if the Board of Supervisors would reappropriate it to the school division. My recommendation may be that we use the 5.5 million, which was operational, actually use that for our architectural and engineering design for whatever facilities we talk about in the major capital. So that would be my recommendation. But you guys may have other things that you would like to see it. And we definitely want to have a great conversation about that. So whenever we go to vote on it in I think it's April the 9th, that we'll have a good solid plan on what we're gonna ask the Board of Supervisors to do with that money.
Okay. Coach, is it fair to say that under, you know, the administration of Dr. Shepherd, Superintendent, that, you know, we kind of saved $5.4 million, I guess, or?
That is one way to look at it.
Okay, I just want to make sure that's one way to look at it. It's the way I look at it, just in case there's a Board of Supervisor watching or happen to be in the room, that's all. You know, being good stewards, I guess. That's all.
Caitlin, I have a quick question. Under expenditures, there's, no, sorry, you were on the right page.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
Yes, ma'am.
So is there a main contributing factor to, I guess those are excess funds? They're on the third line down under expenditures.
The excess deficiency revenues.
Right, yes.
So what that is, this gets into the weeds a little bit, is there are accounting principles that require us to record leases and depreciation of assets, and that's what that is representing.
For each category?
For those 3 categories, yes. Now, with cafeteria and your student activity funds, those really are the draws on fund balance. That's where we may have dipped into our savings. In operations, we actually don't have savings. The Code of Virginia does not allow us to do that. So that is where the auditor credits back liabilities and puts the lease against it.
Thank you.
So if we have an $8.3 million carryover, does that mean we over budgeted last year?
What it means, and we can get into this more in the work session, because I haven't done the full detailed analysis yet of exactly where it came from, but on a cursory analysis, what it means is that we received grant funds that we did not expend fully. That's really what that special budget is for. Your capital improvement program, as I said, we did not complete all the projects. Mr. Hensley gave an update recently at the infrastructure committee about how we are working down those projects steadily. And then the operational dollars are largely a couple things. First and foremost, we had more students than we had originally budgeted for, which brought in additional revenues. And then because we have still had large amounts of vacancies, as you have heard over and over and over again, budgeted salaries did not actually go out the door.
The grant funds, those have to be spent for the grants, correct?
Yes. The majority of these grant funds, I believe, are local grants that would have been forward funded, trust funded, your Starnes trust. I'm trying to think of other things that this is largely made up of. Medicaid dollars that came from direct Medicaid reimbursements.
So would we say out of that $8.3 million, we're still paying out grant funds?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's about 1.5, 1.6 million.
That are already allocated
For
somewhere.
grants.
Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you, Ms. Campbell.
Thank you.
Library book materials purchase list.
Thank you. So in front of you is the library materials agenda item. In February, the librarians developed a draft list of new books proposed for purchase and provided the list to the principals and the assistant superintendent for instruction for review. On Friday, February the 20th, the draft lists were placed on the division website for review. This is the first informational item. It will be up on the consent agenda for approval at the April 9th school board meeting.
Thank you. Personnel. This is under the action item, which means we need to have a motion, a second, and then if there's discussion, it follows after a motion has been made.
I'll move to approve the personnel list as presented.
Motion has been made to approve by Mr. Rickard, and it was seconded by
Second.
Mr. Scheibe. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of the personnel list as presented, please vote yes by saying aye.
Aye.
And no by saying no, and the ayes prevail. Approval of health insurance.
option E of the proposed health insurance that were presented for the plans of fiscal year 2000, I guess 20,207.
Did he say he is in Edward?
E is in Edward. Echo.
Emergency.
For military.
Who knows, it might be my middle name. The motion is to approve option E of the proposed health insurance plans for fiscal year 2027. It was made by Mr. Street.
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
That was Mr. Shining. Floor is open for discussion. Hearing none. Do you recommend a roll call vote on this?
Yes.
The recommendation is a roll call vote, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Shivey,
Aye.
Mr. Street,
Yes.
Ms. Carlenia,
Yes.
Ms. Pence,
Yes.
Mr. Ripper,
Yes.
and Mr. Bain.
Yes, the vote is 6-0. That's the score I have, and it has been approved. Yes.
Point of information, since we were saying that we're gonna keep this option open in case there's another option that is lower, do we need to do any motions? No? So we're good.
I mean, you set it aside, but you can reset it aside when you see what you got to work with.
Okay. Sounds good to me?
And the main event, the approval of major capital projects, or did I skip something?
No.
No, I didn't. Yes, ma'am.
I do have a motion.
Well, I heard you say something. I didn't hear
Well,
what you said. Go ahead.
my intent with this motion is simply to just give the Board of Supervisors a clear picture of where this board believes our most pressing facility needs are. So I'm just gonna pass them down, the motion down to everyone before I read it, so you have it in front of you. I know. Let me just keep this one. Pass that one around. No, wait. I'll fit them on.
Huh?
Yeah. we can.
Are there other press members here?
I move that the Shenandoah County School Board formally requests the Shenandoah County Board of Supervisors to consider the following projects as the school board's recommended major capital facility priorities presented in the order listed below, with projects 1, 2, and 3 identified as the division's most immediate facility needs and intended to move forward simultaneously as the initial phase. Number 1, and these are in no particular order, but we're focusing on projects 1, 2, and 3. Number 1, renovation of the existing 3 elementary schools, Ashby Lee Elementary School, Sandy Hook Elementary School, W.W. Robbins Elementary School. Number 2, renovation and expansion of Triplet Tech, which will remain the center and flagship of career and technical education for Shenandoah County Public Schools. Number 3, consideration of a potential 4th elementary school option in the Morristown-Toms Brook area. Number 4, begin planning for a future career and technical education facility in Woodstock. Furthermore, the school board requests the Board of Supervisors consider these priorities during the development of the fiscal year 26-27 county budget and evaluate allocation of funding to begin planning so these projects may move forward within the first quarter of the fiscal year.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second.
Thank you. Floor is open for discussion.
Can we get a explanation?
Sure.
Yeah.
So what do you need an explanation?
Well, because this is basically asking for everything, so I'm just wondering what exactly are we voting on?
Well, it's actually, so projects 1, 2, and 3, identified as our most immediate facility needs, which is the renovation of the existing 3 elementary schools, the renovation and expansion of Triplet Tech, and consideration of a potential 4th elementary school option in Morgantown and Tomsbrook area.
Okay, because I guess my question is, because the motion that you have here actually has number 2, the renovation and expansion of Triplet Tech, which I'm assuming is where it is right now. I mean, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
But then it also says begin the planning of a career CTE in Woodstock.
So at the top of the motion, when I first said that with projects 1, 2, and 3 identified as the division's most immediate facility needs and intended to move forward simultaneously. So working on 1, 2, and 3 all at the same time.
So what do we have 4 then?
Because there has been discussion around all of these. So I just wanted to make sure that, you know, our motion reflects the range of ideas that we have discussed.
Well, that's, I guess my point is that that's not giving the board of supervisors any more direction other than what we're doing right now, telling them this is all the things that we want to consider. Because as far as I understood it, number 2 and number 4 here are against each other. I mean, it was all along what we've been trying to discuss is either we renovate and expand Triplet Tech where it is right now, or we begin the planning and a career in Woodstock. So as far as I'm concerned, I think these are just, you know, not compatible with one another.
Well, I mean, ultimately, those decisions are going to require like further study and discussion with the Board of Supervisors.
But this is what we're supposed to be doing now. I mean, this is what we've been talking about for the last 1.5 years, 2 years. So I thought the whole point was that tonight we're supposed to pick which ones of these we want to do.
I think
and not just say all of them.
I think the motion does what you ask it to do. It identifies the top 3 priorities, as I understand it, for simultaneous work, funding, go forward. And number 4 is begin the planning for the Woodstock facility.
Okay, so just to be clear, after all we've been talking about for the last 1.5 years in terms of making it more specific as to what we want, what we're telling the supervisors is we want everything. Fund it.
If you don't ask for it, you're not going to get it. So.
Okay, I just want to make it clear. That's what we're doing.
I like this, but I'd like to see some things moved around in that list if we're gonna prioritize 1, 2, and 3. I think the renovation of the existing 3 elementary schools and new elementary schools need to be top of the list. One deals with the condition of our elementary schools right now, the other deals with the capacity. I mean, we've got a Triplet Tech right now. I'd love to see one at the central campus, just because there's people here tonight that know that there's kids in Strasburg that are not allowed to apply to go to Triplet because of the distance. I think top of the list are the elementary schools and the new elementary school. My other priority would be number 4, move to number 3. We have a Triplet Tech that works. Does it need renovating? Absolutely. If we expand it, sure, it takes care of now, but it doesn't take care of 20, 30 years down the road. The architects we've paid to do all these studies have told us you need 20 plus acres to have a good CTE school. We don't have that there. Plus, like I said, you know, I felt bad, that lady that was just doing the presentation on the lunches, I have no input on that whatsoever because my son misses lunch every day because he's at Triplet and he's got to get back to Strasburg High School. By the time he gets back, he has 10 minutes for lunch. So needless to say, he doesn't do lunch at the school. So when she said 6 to 8 different options, I had no clue. I like this. I think this is a great proposal starting out. But I really think that number 3 needs to be moved up to number 2, and number 4 needs to be moved up to number 3.
I didn't interpret the motion to mean that 1, 2, and 3 were prioritized, that they were all priorities.
She put
That's
in
what
the
I
top
just
in the
asked.
last sentence, with projects 1, 2, and 3 identified as the division's most immediate facility needs and intended to move forward simultaneously.
Well, that's inclusive.
But that's saying we
1,
can
2,
leave
3.
number 4 off and proceed with 1, 2, and 3 simultaneously. I think that 4 should take precedent over number 2.
Well, number 2, I mean, Triplet Tech is a sick building too. It's in the same shape as our elementary schools. So, I mean, to say it's good and it's good enough, I mean, we don't have the electrical capacity. You know, it has some dire needs as well. So, you know, I kind of look at it that, and I'll go back to our work session when I brought up the timing. I mean, we have immediate needs, and if we're prioritizing the future over dealing with the drastic issues some of our buildings have, we're not dealing with the immediate problem. So, you know, renovating some at the existing Triplet Tech, maybe getting some more shop space, we'll do something in the meantime, because it's going to take years for us to build something new. Many years. And if we voted tonight, let's start building a new CTE center in Woodstock, there isn't a kid in Triplet that would set foot in it before it was done.
That's correct.
So, yeah, so we have to juggle, and we also, the biggest caveat here is, how's this gonna get financed? So as we move forward, asking for it all, which is, this kind of makes sense, so we can work with the Board of Supervisors and start to come up with the framework that we're going to have to. I mean, this isn't gonna be a one and done vote. But, you know, I think this is a good starting point, and we've moved further this year than we have in the past. So, you know, I think prioritizing this here on this list is kind of preemptive, because we don't know what they're going to tell us they can fund. So we can shuffle it all around now, you know, and I believe our most dire need is to put money into, you know, and into the existing buildings. Because, you know, let's say the idea that let's build a new elementary school and then renovate the old. So 20%, we'll say, or 25%, if we now have 4 elementary schools, it was going to be split evenly between the 4. So 25% of the students and staff get to go to a brand new building, and the rest have to wait until we fix the old ones. I mean, that's not fair.
Would not say.
So, you know, and it's kind of prioritizing. So if we can do it simultaneously, great. But we really can't make any educated moves forward until we know what could be funded.
Well, I guess my point is, and I guess I might have a question with this. This is exactly what we've been doing for the last year and a half. We've been talking about all of these options, and my understanding was that the Board of Supervisors wanted us to prioritize which ones we think we want to have first, and this is what we've been voting on since last year. All along we've said, and I think we've been very clear, I even put it down in writing in the paper, saying that all along we've said that the state of our current elementary schools is a priority, that we're going to be that we have been dealing with, and that we will continue dealing with. So let's stop saying that that's not a priority, because we have been doing that and we will continue to do that. Then the question becomes, are we gonna expand the elementary schools and add more kids than we already have into those elementary schools, or are we gonna build a new elementary school? That was one of the things that we've been talking about. This kind of takes care of that. But then the other question is, with regards to Triplet, if my understanding here is that we're saying we're gonna spend the money to renovate and expand Triplet the way it is right now, which is gonna be, I can't remember how much the money was, maybe you remember off the top of your head, Dr. Shepard, and then in addition to that, we're also gonna spend the money on the new Triplet in Woodstock. My understanding was that we needed to make the hard decision of which of those two was gonna be. Either we renovate and expand Triplet where it is right now, or we start looking, I mean, yeah, we're going to continue fixing things. It's not like we're going to completely forget it and not do anything to what we have right now. But instead of keep fixing an old building that cannot really be expanded to the possible needs in the future, that it has all the other problems that Mr. Rickard just talked about, does it really make sense to spend all that money to renovate and expand Triplet if we're going to be planning to move to Woodstock in just a few years and we're going to start building it right away? I mean, we keep talking about being responsible stewards of the money of the taxpayers, and I know I've already gotten a lot of pushback for even trying to advocate for a new elementary school. I think we need to do this. I think this is something that we, of all the wants and needs that we have on this list, that's one of the needs. I mean, if we keep getting more kids, especially we're talking about elementary school kids, we're going to need to start providing for them. And I think we've discussed enough that expanding the current elementary schools as we have them right now is not really an option. The triplet situation, obviously something we need to address as well, because we do know that a lot of the careers in the future are going to be in the trades. So obviously I do want to see that as well. But I believe, and again, I may be wrong, I thought that what the Board of Supervisors wanted from us was the list of real priorities. Do we want to do one or do we want to do the other? Do we want to do this or do we want to do that? Not a list saying, oh yeah, we want to do it all. But again, that maybe I was just mistaken on that. I mean, I don't understand, I guess, and maybe you can answer this question, is what are we not doing? What are we leaving behind in this list? From the long list of things that we had that were options, what are we not doing?
So, I mean, this really doesn't commit us to a final project sequence tonight. But what it does is put it in front of the Board of Supervisors what our true priorities are, zeroed in just a little bit more, because they will be the ones who ultimately decide on, what is financially achievable for the county.
But, okay, so let me ask you again, what of all the things that we have considered, what is not included in this motion?
Surrender.
That wasn't one of the options.
It would be if we did nothing.
Well, no, but see, I'm not saying not do anything. And the opposite, I'm saying we do more. We do actually what they asked of us to do, which is do an actual list of things that we can, afford and that we actually need, not just sending it back to them and telling them, actually, we want it all. You guys figure it out.
All right, you used the word afford. Mr. Rickard, Mr. Shabby, you're on the Infrastructure Committee. Have there ever been any boundaries established for these projects?
Interesting you asked that. The last question I asked at our last Infrastructure Committee meeting was, do you guys want to set any parameters for me to take back to my board? And they declined.
And it was asked several times during that meeting.
So if there are no boundaries, there are no boundaries.
But I'm in agreement with Gloria. If we're going to put in here that projects 1, 2, and 3 identify our most immediate facility needs, then I think, like I said, number 1 needs to be the renovation of the 3 elementary schools. Number 2 needs to be building the new elementary school. And number 3 should be planning for the new CTE facility in Woodstock. If we're going to build a new CTE facility, there's no point in expanding Triplet Tech. It's kind of like doing an electrical expansion. You brought up electrical. It doesn't meet the electrical needs. If we're going to build a new one, there's no point in sinking more electrical into that building. Because if you're going to build a new CTE facility that houses everything under one roof to keep CTE together, that building has more electrical in it than what you need if you're moving CTE out of it.
So if you eliminate expansion from number 2, are you okay with all 4?
If we change the priority, if we change the listing, I'm good with it. I don't see any reason we shouldn't renovate Triplet Tech. If there's known issues, I mean, elementary schools got mold issues. That is pressing. as far as I've heard, I haven't heard from anybody at Triplet Tech about mold issues. To me, the elementary schools have got to be our priority. I mean, if we can't house the kids, you got to do 1 and 3 at the same time. I'm not prioritizing those 2. That should be 1 and 2. We should be working on building a brand new elementary school and taking care of the 3 elementary schools the best we can right now while the kids are in there. If there's some big projects we got to hold off on until the new elementary school's complete, those projects will have to take a back seat. But as far as maintaining, cleaning them up over the summertime, getting whatever we can done, that should be our priority.
I agree.
So on that note, though, in the meantime, with Triplet and doing some renovations there and not expansion, does it not make sense to do some of those things while we're waiting? Because once again, I mean, what's it going to cost to build a new CTE in Woodstock? And are any of our people here from Triplet still going to be working there when that comes to fruition? So I mean, our needs are now; they're not in a few years. So and to hold off and leave Triplet without maybe expanding some electric, trying to get some welding in there, doing something, doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And that CTE center in Culpeper and up there is completely built out of prefabbed and modular steel things. So if we put something like that to get Triplet through, and so we can have the shop space that we need, it could be moved to Woodstock later if that's what eventually comes to fruition. I think we're getting way ahead of it, and we have a donor that's willing to help and all, but that's going to be planning. I mean, we can plan it, but looking at the price tag on everything that's on this list, I mean, it's going to be a while before we can afford to build something new, and we cannot expect our staff and students at Triplet to wallow in the same conditions they have been in the meantime.
But that's exactly what I'm saying. I mean, we're putting all of this list of all these things, and you just said that we can't afford them. So then, isn't that exactly what I just said?
So, but then on back to that, so you want to decide on which one we think we can afford.
Right, I mean, and that was the whole, my understanding, let's put it this way. This list is actually less specific than the vote that we had last year. It actually is more encompassing, it adds more programs, more projects than what we voted on last year. So we're adding more things. So instead of making it more specific, we're making it less specific. And what happens with that is by giving the board supervisors this list like this, we're running the risk that we don't get to pick what our priorities are, that they do.
Well, I think that was more or less the affordability is going to determine that.
Well, yes,
whether we like it or not.
Well, yeah, but if we're saying, if we're telling them that, our youngest kids, the ones that don't have a choice as to what elementary school they go, the ones that are more susceptible to have, mold issues and we have more disciplinary issues if they're having to have too many kids in one classroom or the teachers having to share one classroom. I mean, our most vulnerable are elementary school kids. And they're also the ones that we don't have a choice about. We can't just tell them, well, suck it up. Or, when the state comes to us and tells us, oh, you have too many kids in that classroom, we can't just tell the state, sorry, that's all we have. With Triplet, it's a want. It's definitely a want. And it's something that we need to work on, and I'm not taken away from that, but ultimately it's a choice. A kid has the choice to go to that, and it's something that's going to help them in the future. But elementary school kids don't have that choice. So this is why, especially when we're talking about the health of our kids and the health of our teachers, because it's not just the kids. I mean, we have teachers who are getting sick because of the mold and all that kind of stuff. I mean, come on, having to think about kids having to walk around back up sewage in their schools. I mean, this is just ridiculous. So as far as I'm concerned, those two should be the the main priorities right now would be the renovation of the existing elementary school, the things that need to be fixed, the new elementary school. And when it comes to triplet, I think we need to make a decision. If you guys think that we just want to stay where they are right now, renovate and expand, then let's just vote on that and forget about the new CTE. But if you think that we should have the CTE in Woodstock and we want to make the most out of that donation that has been offered to us, then we should vote for that. Right now, the way it is, that one, and I'm sure this is why Mike is bringing that up, that one is the one that's probably going to get cut off, so we're going to lose that donation. And that donation is going to go somewhere else that is probably going to be very well appreciated.
I don't remember whether you guys were on the board when the sewage issue was an issue at Sandy Hook. But I remember my wife coming home and telling me about the bathrooms being shut down. I mean, when sewage is backing up into the hallway to where kids are having to be diverted around it, that's where our priorities got to be. That's aside from the mold issues. We've been told that the piping, the sewage piping under that school needs to be relined.
We're not arguing that.
I think
That's in the renovations and, that's in option one. I mean, I 100% agree that's the priority.
Yep. I mean,
Yeah, I think everybody's in agreement that we need to fix what we have. So I don't think that's an issue. I guess the issue from there goes on. And I guess I'm just going to throw something out there I've been thinking about for quite a while, but somebody might have to tell me by the charts and the numbers in the past, both Sandy Hook, and I know it's not good, but, I guess what I'm pointing out is by the numbers, both Sandy Hook Elementary and WW, in the past, they both had 190 more kids in that school. And somehow they did it. So we're talking 190 kids less by the numbers from in the past. I'm not saying that's good, but I'm saying it's doable. I did drive by and look at the new modular, and I liked it. And to me, that is a quick fix. My thought is, if you put another one in, that should definitely take care of the capacity right now. Especially by the numbers here, there was 190 more kids in that school in WW in the past. Where a triplet, if we're turning away 80, 90, how many kids are we turning away?
A little over 100.
Oh, I'm wrong. That's not a want, that is a need.
Yeah.
I don't see,
Well,
that's not a want.
No, we're talking about, if we have too many kids in a classroom, for example, for elementary school, that's going to be a violation of, and maybe I'm wrong, Dr. Shepard can actually correct me on this, that we could be in violation of state, policy. If we have too many kids or... And then the other question is, with what we're dealing right now, and again, she can talk about this a lot more, but my understanding is because we offer a lot more programs right now, with SPED or with different programs that we have right now in the schools that didn't used to be there decades ago, we're having to use more space for the kids. I mean, I'll be honest with you. When I went to school in Puerto Rico, my classroom had 40 students. And it was fine in our schools. And my teachers had no problem dealing with that. We had no disciplinary problems whatsoever. I don't believe that's the case anymore.
Okay, back to what I was saying, if you don't mind, let me finish. What I'm saying is, there's got to be some, if somebody can explain to me, there's 190 kids more in those schools. So if it's another modular, the capacity, what was there, and it may take another modular unit, I see that should fix the problem, until we can financially figure out, and do we need it? Do we probably need another elementary school? Sure. But that would fix the issue right away, the way I see it.
So do you want me to answer or no? Because you just told me that you didn't want me to answer.
I just wanted to finish speaking.
Okay,
You
well-
can go ahead and talk.
Go ahead.
All right, go ahead.
Oh, so you do want me to answer?
No, I'm just saying you cut me off. I just
I
wanted
did
to
not.
finish. That's
You
all.
you asked a question and I was answering it.
Okay, go ahead.
So again, this is what I said. I mean, what we've been hearing from the community has to do with the different needs that our schools have today that they didn't used to have before. Again, we also had the problem with those, from what I hear, again, my kids didn't go to the northern campus, my kids didn't go even to W.W. Robinson. This is what I keep hearing from the community and from the teachers and everybody who's come to speak before us. There's also the traffic problem. We keep adding all these houses around in Woodstock and Strasburg. We see them popping up all the time. A lot of those are going to be bringing kids. Where are all those kids going to go? So you're saying that we should just keep on putting more mobile units and modulars. Fine, if that's what the way that the board wants to go, that's fine. At some point, it's going to catch up. And then we're going to really need an elementary school, and it's going to take another 5-6 years to build it. If that's the way that you want to go, that's your priority. That's fine. That's ultimately what we're here to do. We're here to decide, do we think that the elementary schools and our elementary school kids, especially the ones that are facing all these problems, are going to be our priority, or do we think that no, they can wait, we can just work on triplet and then just expand what we have right now, and that'll work. That's ultimately what we're having to do.
Are we in violation of how many kids are in class?
We are currently not in violation, but we do have tutoring groups and reading specialists teaching kids in the cafeteria and in the hallways.
That's what I was I think Mike Scheibe said it at the infrastructure committee meeting, and I'm like, you know what, this finally starts to make sense. Because I was looking at the numbers and how many numbers we've had in the past. Our numbers of SPED students now, or kids with 504s, they require more area than just putting 23 to 26 kids in a classroom. Now you've got SPED classrooms, you've got reading specialists. It's not like it was years ago. And sure, you can keep adding trailers, but I would challenge you to go to Strasburg, start at Holiday Street and Route 11 about 7:45 in the morning and try to get to the elementary school entrance. I feel bad for the people that live beyond our middle school. If, God forbid, a house fire happened at that time, you're not getting your house extinguished anytime soon. It's one way in, one way out. There's a 2-lane bridge. That's it. Afternoon. I mean, my wife, she goes into work. She's not supposed to be there till 8 o'clock. She goes in at 7:30. Otherwise, she's late. You can keep putting modular units there, but it doesn't resolve the cafeteria issues. The kids starting lunch at 10:30 in the morning. Them only getting PE, music, and art 4 times a month or whatever the number is, I'm taking a guess. To me, I mean, if you've driven through the town of Strasburg or you've driven through the town of Woodstock, they're only building more. And you're talking about how many years it's going to take to build a new elementary school. To me, 1 and 2 have to be centered around elementary education.
Are you saying in the morning and the afternoons because of traffic, because of what?
The people dropping their kids off at schools, the buses, the high school kids trying to make it to the high school. It's atrocious.
And the middle schools also.
And the middle
same
school.
side as the same
Right.
boat. Wasn't that a great piece of planning?
Mm-hmm.
Well, my take, my position, how do I say this? If parents don't want to put their kids on the bus, I can't, I can't make a decision on spending money on infrastructure for the kids at the school. I can't, the parents that want to take their kids to school, I can't cater to that before I cater to, the schools, triple tech, or any of that. So to me, that's irrelevant. Put your kids on the bus, and that'll cut down the traffic.
The traffic is just one of the points. The starting lunch.
Okay, but I'm just saying, but as far as the traffic, so to me, that's irrelevant. Put the kids on the bus.
Okay, Tom, we've had a lot of issues in buses too. A lot of parents don't want to put their kids in the buses because there's been a lot of bullying, or we've had situations even in our system where I do not blame parents for not putting their little kindergartner or first grader on a bus.
Did we not have an issue with it?
Just last year.
I've never heard that.
He wasn't
but
here.
anyway,
I mean,
Anyway, there was
if
a
your
nice-
work schedule doesn't allow your kid to be put on a bus and you gotta take them to school, you don't have much choice.
well, then we need to talk to VDOT.
Well, they're not gonna build us another bridge across.
There was a nice article in one of the local papers, I think it's called the Northern Virginia Daily. It was published on the 3rd of March. The Shenandoah County need a new elementary school. There's a big difference between a need and a want. A need is a necessity, a want is tied to emotion. And more modular trailers is another Band-Aid. And if you haven't read this article, it's pretty compelling for all the reasons that Ms. Carlenio wrote about the backed up sewage, the classroom situation, the air quality, the mold, and it goes on. And mentions the traffic. You'll see I had a note there, 7:45, we're on the same page, Mr. Rickard, we're on the same page. And it just seems to me, and we're in agreement, Ms. Carlenio, Mr. Rickard, Ms. Pence, the first priority needs to be the new elementary school. It is a tough call, money-wise, but it's also the right thing to do. So let's get busy, roll up our sleeves, and start doing it. I know where there's a shovel available. We can move the first piece of dirt. And it'll have my LP on there when you leave. So that's my input on that matter.
Yeah.
And you'll note from the, I guess it was a work session, and renovate the existing schools simultaneously. You have to. You've got to clean up the mess that's been ignored for X number of years, solve for X, Ms. Campbell. Who's next?
There's no other discussion. I'd like to make an amendment.
Great.
Yep, hold on.
Okay. From a parliamentary law standpoint, y'all are fine. My only concern is the word consider on the third choice. And that is not necessarily parliamentarian's job to do verbiage, but what does consider mean? Maybe I wrote it down wrong.
Number 3.
Thank you for that.
Consider means, okay, thank you, I consider it. Next item. And I am crossing into a gray area by saying that. But from a debate standpoint, technically you debate twice. We'll step back from that because it's too much on the line. But you're fine, you're respectful, and it's great. But you're answering the question, but I'm just into the gray twilight zone. I'm wondering what consider means. And maybe I wrote it down wrong.
Well, is the chairman of this small body permitted to offer an amendment?
Yeah.
Then
yes, absolutely, but if it's another compadre.
Do I need to hand the gavel?
Yeah, you could. Technically, that would be the proper way to handle it, yes.
Okay, I relinquish.
Do I make my amendment first, or does he make it?
Y'all can arm wrestle on that one, I don't know.
Maybe they're the same. Let's see.
Yeah, why don't you make
You
your
want me
amendment?
I mean,
Change
bring
that.
it.
I'm open to yours, but do you want to hear my wordage first?
I think we're on the same page, Mike.
Whitney, I appreciate the time you put into this, but I would like to amend this, and I would like to move number 2, and I would like to move number 3 to number 2 and change the verbiage to, instead of consideration of a potential, start the process of constructing a 4th elementary school. I would like to move number 4 to number 3, number 2 to number 4, and take out the 2 words "and expansion." Does all that make sense? Cheryl, are you good with that?
Would you say it again?
Yeah, one more time.
Change number 3 to number 2, take out consideration of a potential, change that to start the process of constructing a 4th. Change number 4 to number 3, change number 2 to number 4, and delete the 2 words "and expansion."
Sorry, I was just.
Once the clerk gives me the okay that she has the language, you got it, I will ask for a second to Mr. Rickard's motion.
I'll second.
And it's seconded by Ms. Carlinio. So now we're discussing the amendments. And yes, Mr. Rickard, we were on the same page, just different language.
If it was in, if it was in no special order, then why did we change the order? If this wasn't a priority list, then why did we change the numbers?
Because Whitney put in here the priorities are 1, 2, and 3. That's in that first paragraph.
All right, so you're moving 4 to a priority and dropping 2 to number 4.
Correct.
Which is not covered under simultaneously.
Correct.
So we were moving simultaneously?
No, we're leaving simultaneously. We're clarifying what will be simultaneous.
I mean, the way
As I understand the amendment, yes.
Yeah, and the way I look at it now is, I mean, if there's any issues that arise at Triplet, they've got students on staff or there that can take care of it. As a matter of fact, my son has attested to the fact of doing electrical work at Triplet.
So what you're saying is number 2 becomes 4, which is not covered at the beginning, up at the top where it says.
It's not a priority. If we're gonna build a new one, why are we gonna sink a bunch of money into the one now and expand it? Yes, we need to renovate it. Yes, we need to take care of particular issues. But if they come back to us and say, hey, we've only got this amount of money to do this,
It's a donation.
yeah, I mean, we don't wanna lose out on that donation.
All right, so just so I have it clear, your number 1 is renovation of the existing 3 elementary schools. Your number 2 is start the process of constructing a 4th elementary school. Your number 3 is, oh gosh, can't read my handwriting. Begin planning for future career and technical education facility in Woodstock. And your number 4 is renovate Triplet Tech.
Correct.
Oh, yes, thank you, thanks, Ms. Jett.
Mr. Parliamentarian, I assume we're gonna vote on these amendments and then come back and vote on the motion as a whole.
That's correct. Now, the original motion, does it say no particular order?
It does not. It says with projects 1, 2, and 3 identified as the division's most immediate facility needs.
Very good. Yes. That's what I thought. So to answer your question, yes, you would approach the amendment first.
It will be. And was there a second?
She did.
Any other discussion on the amendments?
Yes, if you move to the, you moved you did 3 to 2, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And what was the wording?
Start the process of constructing a 4th elementary school.
Okay, along with that, when does this board discuss, when do we discuss how we're gonna pay the staff that new school?
Pay the way.
Pay the staff that new school, when do we discuss that? It's gotta be part of the plan. You got staff, after you build it, you got staff.
That's a question to be answered another time. Now's not the time to,
Okay.
now's not the time to put that on a timeline.
Yeah, just like it wouldn't be, how are we gonna pay the staff of a expansion of triplet or any of the other ones? We're not talking about any of those specifics.
Any other discussions on the amendments? It has been proposed, it has been seconded, I have called for discussion, I'm hearing nothing new. And I call for a roll call vote. Mrs. Jett, this is a vote on the amendments that Mr. Rickard proposed and Ms. Carlinio gave a second to.
Mr. Scheide?
No.
Mr. Street?
No.
Ms. Pence?
No.
Ms. Carlinia?
Yes.
Mr. Rickard?
Yes.
Mr. Banks?
Further discussion, I will vote no. So the amendments have failed.
Kind of at a loss. I thought we were in agreement.
I thought we were too. Well, let's continue this discussion on the original motion, which Mrs. Pence proposed as the original copy.
I have no other discussion. I've said my piece. I mean, we've been talking about this for over a year.
You're right.
Year
And
and a half.
just another point, our facility needs across the division, they're significant. And while all of these issues will not be solved in one budget cycle, I believe it's important that we clearly identify our main priority and move that conversation to the Board of Supervisors so that we will then be able to have some sort of funding pathway. Because right now, we don't have a number.
Then if we're going to limit ourselves to what we ask for, that's what I'm hearing, then we got to ask for number 1 and number 3. That's our priorities. They're not slowing down on construction in Strasburg. They're not slowing down on construction in Woodstock. We need a new elementary school and we need to renovate the ones we've got. That should be our priority. So if we're going to limit ourselves on what we ask for, I think those 2 things should be our priority.
How are we limiting ourselves on what we ask for? Can you explain
That's what
that?
I was hearing from you guys. Whitney just said, we need to figure out exactly what our needs are, what our priorities are.
Well,
did I hear correctly?
I didn't take it that way. I mean, everything on this list is really a need. So it's going to be a matter of how we navigate to get there. And I'll be honest, I voted against the amendment because I do not believe that we should begin planning to pick up triplet and move to Woodstock. So, and even if I did agree with that, I wouldn't make it home if I voted for that because of, the local sentiments. So, I think that this, maybe we take out the words priorities or something, but I mean, this is the list of things that we need. So, I think if we go back and forth on, on the priorities and different things, we're wasting more time, because, I mean, anything where we're building new, and even the renovations, it's gonna take some time to plan. And the Board of Supervisors needs time to plan on how they're gonna finance it and structure it down the road. So we basically, we've got expansion needs, because we need more room. We have to fix the existing buildings, but, to me, the existing triplet is part of that plan. And then for future use, planning down the road, that was what I thought that the satellite in Woodstock was, for CTE, was a possibility of starting. So I had no idea that it was, the plan was not to do anything to the existing triplet and move it to Woodstock. They need shop room and classroom space right now.
And like you said, that's not gonna happen for years.
Yeah.
I mean, the disruption it would cause the staff and the students at Triplet. If you wanna go with leaving, if you wanna go with making number 2, number 3, and taking out expansion and leaving 4 where it's at, I'm fine with that, I could vote for that. But I believe number 3 should definitely be moved to number 2.
I don't know if there's a way to, I guess, to me, the reality is there a way to make it a motion that the existing elementary schools and the existing triplet building, we take care of what we have, renovations, now, but after further review, and obviously it's very obvious that this board needs to, talk about it, go over things, and exactly how, what we're gonna do it, but after further, with further review and further study, then yes, we need to increase triplet tech, and yes, we need to build it, we need an elementary school. I don't know if there's a way to put that in a
Well, if we stop wasting money on reviews and studies and just start doing things, we might be able to afford some of this stuff. I mean, how many studies have we done on the schools over the past 10 years or 5 years since you've been?
I'm not talking about spending money on studies, too much. I'm talking about, looking at everything. I mean, I just asked a question. I brought a couple things up and there's no answers. But the latest one is, has this board discussed how we're going to staff the new elementary school? We never have. How much is it going to cost?
That's why Dr. Shepard got us the rough numbers, so that we could figure it out. I mean, we've talked about this for over 1.5 years now.
But do we know how much it's going to cost?
Yeah, Dr. Shepard presented those numbers.
5 million or something?
1.6.
6?
1.6 to staff it?
It went up? Jeez.
1.65.
Well, and we'll face the same things with, with expanding triplet and all that too.
And we've only done one study.
1.6 million?
And
No,
that was
I mean, no.
4 different departments?
No, I'm
I
sorry.
want to be paid that.
We did one study with RRMM, and the work that's been done recently by Miller Cup and Daily Mather has been free of charge.
Thank you for that.
Well, I actually disagree with some of my board members. I think we have enough information. I understand some of our members are new, but this is something we've been talking about and looking at for over a year and a half. We've already voted on this before, we're voting on this again. I will be honest, I agree with Mr. Rickard. I've already been very clear about where my priorities stand with the elementary schools and why, because I think these are our most vulnerable. I think at this point it's not a matter of whether we have enough information or not. It's more of a commitment and courage to do what we believe needs to be done. That's ultimately where we are right now. I will agree with Mr. Rickard. He didn't say it in so many words, but I'll say it in my words. I agree with moving some of this stuff around. I'm fine with that. What I cannot commit to is paying for a renovation and an expansion of Triplet, and then also planning a new one in Woodstock. I think that's a waste of money. And I think right now, with the way things are right now for our taxpayers, that's the last thing we should be doing, is burdening them with an expansion and a renovation of the current, but then still have a new one as well. So I believe that we need to decide which one of those two we want. If we decide that what we want to just do is stay where we are right now with Triplet, renovate and expand that to the extent that it can be expanded, because obviously it has very severe limitations of space, that's fine. We'll lose the money for the donation, and obviously a lot of the other benefits that would come with moving it to Woodstock. I know a lot of people don't want to do that, but there are real arguments as to why we were considering moving it, because it would be more fair for the whole entire county. I mean, Triplet is not just a school for the southern end, it's also for the northern end. So we have to make sure that everybody has access to it. So that's kind of where I stand right now. I'm fine with a lot of this. Again, I've said all along, we are renovating the schools to the extent that we can. Whether it's the elementary schools or even Triplet, if there are things that needs to be fixed right now, we will be taking care of those as we have been taking care of them. The question is, do we sink in more money for an actual expansion? What is that going to look like with the students that we have there right now? And do we do that and then also ask to have a new school for CTE? That just to me makes no sense at all. So personally, I would like to see the elementaries become the number 1 and number 2 priorities. What I will not vote for, and the way I would vote no for this, just to make sure that everybody understands, is if this budget is, if this request is including both a renovation and expansion and also a new CTE. I think that's just too much for the taxpayers, especially during these times.
One point to make on that. You were talking about repairs of the existing elementary schools. Renovations are not repairs. So, and I think that that's getting kind of jumbled together with some of this. I mean, we're talking about, you know, some modernization, getting out the sinks that have been there since 1975 and things like that. Those aren't the plumbing and all. That it would be done simultaneously. And when we go in to pull off a roof and redo the HVAC, it's going to make sense to do those upgrades at those points. Well, so I just want to make a point there that, you know, the CIP maintenance and operating is different than what we're talking about here with renovations.
Wait, but hold on, because I think I think the renovation meant anything that needs to be fixed right now from the infrastructure that we have right now. What we're talking about not including is expansion of the current elementary school. So that was separate. That's what we're not talking about. But when we're talking about renovations, we're talking about repairing the things that need to be repaired right now.
But also swapping out plumbing fixtures, removing walls. All those interior renovations are not part of the expansion. So,
renovations.
you know, and the only, you know, I mean, Ashby Lee needs a new gym. So, I mean, in looking at it there, that's the only thing I would see alongside building a new elementary school would be that we add something there so the kids have somewhere to, you know, to do PE. But I believe the Board of Supervisors is going to ask for this too. We need to have some clarification because we have things that cross over. We have HVAC on one list and on the other. So, you know, I think a lot of this will evolve. But I'm a little confused though because in relation to starting to build a new Woodstock facility for CTE, you said we'll start small and plan for future expansions. So, I mean, that doesn't solve our problems at Triplet right now. Well, I mean, you know, that's a staggered down the road plan, which I think is what we're all after. Because there's one other thing that we really need to remember is looming is the middle schools. They haven't been touched in decades either. So this is going to continue to roll over. So I believe the faster we bring something to the Board of Supervisors, the faster they're going to say, here's what we're able to do, and we can all move forward collectively.
Like,
So-
that's what we've been trying to do for the last year and a half.
Right, well, but, and I'm here now, and you're still doing the same thing, so I
That's what I'm
mean, you
saying,
know.
we're like going back in circles. Well, the whole idea of starting small with the planning for the CTE in Woodstock had two main purposes. One was we could start building the buildings for like the business classes that could be taken out now, leaving more space in the triplet as we have it right now. So by taking those programs out, it's gonna open up more space at triplet right now. So it does kind of solve that even before you do, because even right now, last year, that's one of the problems that we're talking about is when we're thinking about expanding the current elementary schools or expanding triplet, one of the problems that we're looking at is when are we going to do that? What are we going to do with the students as we can't be building while they're in the school. So that's obviously an obstacle and a challenge that we're going to be facing. So the idea of starting with the Woodstock one was to start a small, have the plans for the whole entire thing, but build in phases. So we start out with the first phase, which would be maybe some of the business classes that can be easily moved, that are not going to need the special, specifications that some of the trades would. So cyber, maybe cosmetology, some of the stuff that we can move there. So that would take care of that, but it would also take care of the fact that we would start building and take advantage of the donation that has been offered to us. That right now we're risking,
And I'm
losing.
fully
as
aware
we're
of that
doing this.
donation, but I mean, what's the most pressing need at triplet now, in your opinion?
Well, space.
Classroom space or
Well,
shop
no,
space?
the shop space. But
There's nothing that you just laid out that gives them any more shop
but
space.
it can start opening it up for some of the other projects, programs that we have talked about as well. So if we're thinking about, doing some of the other programs that Dr. Shepard has talked about, it would open up some of that. But what you're saying about with the expansion, that's not going to be taken care of by your idea either. Because when are we going to start? How are we going to start expanding for the trades at triplet? I mean, with what space? We don't even have the land next to it. We would have to be building simultaneously as we have the students in there. So that problem is going to be there. It's just a matter of, are we going to solve it in the short term and just kind of put a Band-Aid over what we have in triplet right now, or are we going to try to do a better facility that has more space to grow and that can be more state-of-the-art and hopefully even absorb some of the programs that we don't even know about? I mean, we've talked about this before. Maybe some of the things that we're considering right now for our schools and CTE were things that 20 years ago we would have never even guessed were going to be programs today. We don't know what's going to come down the pike for us 10 years from now, 5 years from now. So that was the idea. I mean, obviously there is no magic formula. There's not, it's not going to be an easy transition regardless, but at least this way we were trying to have the least amount of problems to the students that we have right now and start considering all the things that we need to do for the future, because like you said, pretty soon we'll have the middle schools to deal with too. But if we haven't taken care of this, then that means that we're just piling on more and more and more. And again, for those of us living in the center and in the northern campus, we've seen all the construction going up. And let me tell you, that construction does not take 5 years to go up. It takes a couple of months and they're already up. And people are living there within a few months. You can see it here in Woodstock, you can see it over by the hospital, you can see it in Strasburg. Just drive around and you'll see it.
And, I mean, if that's directed at me, I'm not denying it.
No, I'm just saying
I'm not
overall.
saying that there's no construction going there. I mean, but, priority is, for me, is doing something at triplet now to get them space for the dirties, I mean, we're talking about masonry and different things. We don't have the room there. Classroom space would be easier to find than that shop space. So that's kind of, and I'm kind of sticking on that because, I mean, we need room all over, obviously, but the most pressing need is, in my opinion, at triplet is some upgrades on the facility and to give them square footage for these kids to learn their trades.
But let me ask you a question then. And I'm sorry, Mike, I know you want to talk, but why would we be sinking money into an expansion and renovation of Triplet if we're thinking about also building one in Woodstock? Why would we do that?
Because it's going to take many years for the entire thing to move to Woodstock, and we need that space now, not in 3 years, not in 7 years. I mean, we need it now. And like I said, if we went with the metal building that could come in and stuff, we could actually move that. They could be dismantled and it could go to Woodstock if that's eventually what happens. But I think we're getting way ahead of that $5 million. That's going to be great, but that's going to get eaten up just with the planning. I mean, we're not going to get a shovel in the ground with that. So I mean, we've got to, I think we need more of a plan going forward. I believe we all want the same things. We're just kind of arguing over how to get there. But I can't see putting money aside and planning for things that we don't know if they're going to fund or we could ever get to when we have the immediate needs now.
But what you're saying about expansion of Triplet, I mean, what we're talking about, you're not just talking about putting a metal.
I am. That's what I'm talking about.
That's not what we're talking about. I mean,
Well,
that's not
but
what
these-
the project said.
Well, that's the other
What
thing.
we were
These-
talking about was redoing the whole thing and putting the solar panels on the top and redoing the electrical
Well,
and then, adding a whole wing to the front, and then we're gonna wing another one to the back, and then we're gonna buy the land next
Well,
door, and then we're gonna put some backbreaking
Right,
in there.
yeah, agreed,
That's
but-
what it was in there. That's not what you're saying.
But I didn't say anything either way. I mean, I just said that we need shop space. That doesn't mean I'm going through all those things. I mean, when we take our plan or whatever to the Board of Supervisors and they come back with numbers, all these things are going to change. I mean, everything will. So, and I believe we have the ability to alter our plans to fit our immediate needs and, and maybe come up with some better options here.
Well, let's attempt to resolve this. Is there any disagreement on this board that item number 1, renovation of the existing 3 elementary schools, should be a priority? All right. Is there any disagreement on this board that item number 3, funding the building of a 4th elementary school in the Morristown, Townsbrook area, should be a priority? Number 3 here. Okay. Now, dealing with number 2 and number 4. Number 2, renovation and expansion of Triplet Tech, which will remain the center flagship for CTE for Shenandoah County. And I understand your concern, Ms. Carlinio, why expand it if you go build another one. And I also understand there's limited space there to expand. So let's find the compromise there with 2 and 4. So we can send this bill to the Board of Supervisors.
I would suggest either, as Mike said, doing the renovation, living at that, and then the beginning planning of the future career center, or do a 2 or 4.
Eliminate expansion in number 2
So
or
one or two things. Either we put just a renovation of Triplet and beginning the move to Woodstock, that would be one option, or put the options as renovation and expansion of Triplet, or beginning the new one in Woodstock. And then at that point, you just let the Board of Supervisors decide which one they want to fund. And if they decide the renovation and expansion and we lose the donation, we lose the donation.
Okay, let's hear from this side. We have agreement. We
do.
1 and 3 are priorities.
Yeah. So the intent of my motion was, number 1, to list our priorities. But I'm also of the opinion that no matter what list we send to the Board of Supervisors, they will ultimately end up allocating funding that makes 1, 2, 3, whatever number, however many of these projects that they're able to do, they must be fiscally achievable for the county taxpayers. That is
quite frankly, what I had in mind when I came up with this list and what could be moved forward within the first quarter of the fiscal year.
Which would be architectural, engineering, that
Right.
kind of thing.
I guess, I'm sorry to sound cynical or skeptical, with all due respect to our supervisors here. I just don't think that that's what's going to happen. I think what we need to do is give more clarity on what we want to do, because if we just send the list as it is right now, they're just going to pick it apart and decide whatever they want. I understand the concerns. I understand that ultimately we may not have a voice on this, but at least we put it on them. We do our due diligence, we do our priorities, we send it, we pass it, and then we send it to them, and then have them be the ones who decide not to do what the school board said.
So how do you want give it to me slow here so I can get this. Give me the agreement for triple.
So that's I'm gonna leave it somebody else to do it, because my original, my preferred motion would be the one that Mr. Rickard made that was voted down. So if we're not gonna do that, then I would just say, third, we put the third as an either or. Either renovation and expansion of triplet tech where it is right now, or begin the planning of a future career in technical education.
And who's going to decide the or? Those guys?
Them. If we don't want to make the decision ourselves, if we're punting the ball and not wanting to make the decision, then let them make it.
1, 2, 4.
Can I make another
Not yet.
recommendation?
Hold on. We haven't dealt with the first motion yet, right? That's right. So we have to vote that one down to do a new one.
All right, come again on that one, sorry.
What?
So,
She said 1 and 3 priorities, and she listed this, correct me if I'm wrong, 2 or 4 as the third priority.
Mm-hmm. With the understanding that if it's not 4, then we risk losing the donation.
Are you in agreement with the adverb simultaneously?
Yes, I'm fine with it simultaneously.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but what you're saying is 1 and 3 present, but then 2 and 4 still
It's a little up in the air.
up in the air,
Completely up in the air.
exactly which direction to go.
Yes.
Is that what I heard?
I would say that's.
I heard there was two, with
What was
two
that?
options.
That option 2 and option 4 as worded in the original motion are a little up in the air, TBA, to be announced later.
Unless you want to repeat
Well,
exactly.
it's really up to them to decide.
But, I mean, I heard what you said, but just to be clear, if you want to repeat that again on 2 and 4.
are you making an amendment, or are we still?
Well, there's a
discussing
motion on the
this.
floor, so.
We're not making
Because
a
I want
motion.
to throw another option out there so that the decision stays with this board. I'm fine with 2 and 4, just take out the word "and expansion" on 2. We can have 2 or 4 as number 3, I don't care. And then, like you said, Larry, you asked 1 and 3, there was no argument on those should be 1 and 2.
Yeah, but the problem with that is you say eliminate expansion, and what you're saying is the only thing that we're considering is moving CTE to Woodstock. I don't think we've had that discussion.
As far as expansion goes, yes.
But
So
you
then-
would,
But we would still renovate the facility they're in now.
But not at any square footage.
Correct. I mean, even adding shop space, let's talk realistically, adding shop space, I'm pretty sure that Mr. Judy's class is probably one of the priorities that kids sign up for. So adding shop space, sure, it gives his class more space, but he's still not able to add more students unless we add more staff. So adding more space, build him a new facility. Instead of what Ms. Carlenio said, when we break ground at Central Campus, assuming we go that route, go with the trades first. Build the high bay space, build all that first. Move all the trades there. Then you still got plenty of room for classroom space at the original triplet while it's being renovated. I mean,
Fine with that? Yeah.
to me, I haven't heard of any life-altering things going on at triplet, such as mold, sewage backups. Sure, I know Chef Cross would love an electrical panel in her kitchen that wouldn't trip breakers all the time when she wanted to add new equipment, and she'd love to have a generator for her freezer. But to me, if we're going to build a new, magnificent flagship CTE building, nobody's saying we got to build the classroom space first. We could build the high bay space first. We could build the culinary arts new kitchen first. But to me, I think we are doing the taxpayers a disservice to turn away a $5 million donation. We are doing the kids in Strasburg a massive disservice by not moving it to the Central Campus. If you talk to the teachers that teach any of the kids from Strasburg, the Strasburg kids are missing 50 minutes of instruction time every week, 10 minutes a day. That's almost a full hour. And then they're missing out on lunch because they get back to school with 10 minutes to spare. That's why we have parents that don't sign their kids up for triplet.
I'm fine with that. I mean, by the way, I just said the classroom space because I thought that was the easier thing. But yeah, that's actually a great idea. Just build a big need first at the Central Campus and take care of that problem. I'm fine with that. It's a great idea.
So you're moving forward to a third priority?
I really have no preference on the priority of triplet. I want to see the one they have renovated, but I also want to see them given a brand new, modern, state-of-the-art facility that offers the kids what they need and the staff what they need. I would prefer to see number 4 moved up to number 3, but I'm not going to be heartbroken if number 2 becomes number 3. But I would like to see my verbiage stay. Take out the word in expansion, and for number 2, start the process of constructing.
Anything from the folks on the right? Got it?
First time I've ever been on the right.
That's what I said. It's 2 times now.
So are we voting on the or?
I would like to see it stay and.
We can do the
or?
and without the
I would
expansion.
like to see the decision stay with this board. So I wouldn't like the word or in there on any of it. I believe Ms. Pence got our priorities right. We just got to get them in the right order and worked out.
And if you're going to do a 1, 3, 2, and 4, are you leaving expansion in number 3?
No.
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 All right. We're going to drop expansion. Number 3.
Did you want to define 4 to say shop space?
Mike, do you think we should add on number 4 to start with shop space, the trade space, the high bay space, so that it's defined?
I think that, frankly, we should just push it forward like it is and see what they're willing to do. I don't know if that's the priority. I still think that we should consider some expansion at the existing site.
But it would be easier, I mean, if what you're saying is that the priority is shop space, wouldn't it be easier to start building that in a brand new place where they don't have to be interrupting the class right now?
Sure, but I mean, you know, we don't want to split them up. I mean, you know, there's too many, you know, variables here. So in a perfect world, yes, that would make sense, but I mean, the one thing that I've heard consistently from everyone on the Board of Supervisors pretty much is to take care of what we have now versus building new, and triplet is kind of that, you know, there with me. And I mean, the overwhelming majority of people in my district want to try to keep triplet there, and to make it better in place. So I mean, and that doesn't mean I don't, you know, I understand the driving and everything, and the effects from the other you know, the northern areas, but I just I can't with a conscience vote to just decide to move it all there now, but I absolutely believe that we should look into future expansion there and use that $5 million to do it.
I'm sorry, I did not understand the expansion where.
The expanding something at the existing, not in the grand, you know, building all that stuff that was originally proposed. I mean, some sort of a hybrid model that can give us more bang for our immediate dollar. So, and I just, you know, I don't see us being able to move everything to Woodstock in
Well, not everything, but that's what we're saying by stages. And if you said before that the biggest need was the high bay space and all the, you know, for the trades, I think that would make sense to actually build those first and be able to move those.
Yeah, understood, but I mean, you know, I disagree. I think we need to try to do something at triplet now. And that's what my constituents want. So I'm not gonna sit up here and you know, pretend that there's a lot of people in District 1 telling me, let's take it to Woodstock.
I'm sure the people of District 1 wouldn't want to give up $5 million taxpayer dollars towards a new triplet tech.
Potentially 10.
Is that, I'm just curious, is that in writing, that's the only way to receive that, is it has to be?
I mean, they're some of the first constituents I hear about when we talk about any
No, I'm just
renovation.
asking, is it in writing that that's the only way to receive that?
The only, yes, I believe so.
I don't know that it's in writing, but I've spoken to the lady who is interested in donating, and she has mentioned that it needs to be at Woodstock, but it's not in writing that I'm aware of.
I mean, to me, it makes sense. We already own the land there. Triplet,
Wait.
we would have to buy more land.
I'm sorry, how about the email? Didn't we get an email from her representative that stated that in writing?
Oh, yes, we did.
Yeah, so
We
yes,
all did.
Tom, we do have it in
Yes.
writing.
You have it as well.
Well, I think it's time to close the polls and vote. So the first thing we have to do, correct Mr. Bowman, is we have to vote no on the original motion as presented by Ms. Pence.
That has to be handled. Yes.
That has to be disposed
Yeah,
of.
she's correct.
Or amend it, right?
Or amended.
Amend.
Well, it might be better to dispose and then propose the new.
It will be easier to follow in TV land if we.
What's that?
It will be easier to follow in TV land if we start fresh.
Start fresh? Okay.
That way everybody knows what's.
Okay, so I will word it this way. All in favor of withdrawing the original motion as presented?
I think it's probably better to amend it.
Let's do it this way. All in favor of the original motion will vote yes, and those opposed, no. And that will be a roll call vote.
So we're voting on
Your
the
proposal,
original,
The original
okay.
proposal,
with the wording as it is.
as it is,
Got
The original wording.
so that
Okay.
we can open up
Gotcha. Okay.
what we agree on.
I'm just keeping tally
Okay.
marks and track over here so I know the
Wait,
language.
so can you explain it again? So wait, we're voting yes to keep it?
So we're
To
voting
accept-
on the
On the
motion.
actual motion to
Yes.
pass it?
The actual
Okay.
motion,
Yes.
which was presented about, sometime yesterday, I forget what time it was.
About 9 o'clock.
About 9 o'clock, yes.
Mr. Shivey,
No.
Mr. Street,
No.
Wait, wait,
Ms. Pence,
yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Carlenia,
Okay, so we're voting on this motion, so I'm voting no.
Mr. Ricker,
No.
Mr. Bain.
No. And the new motion will read as follows. I don't care.
So, okay, why don't you do it? You wanna do it? Do you have
I
it?
can. I move that the school board recommend to the Board of Supervisors to fund, and I'm just gonna deviate from your list a little bit, Dr. Shepherd. Renovate the 3 existing elementary schools. Start the process of constructing a 4th elementary school near Morrytown, Toms Brook.
Begin the plan.
Begin planning for a future CTE facility on the central campus and renovate Triplet Tech.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Ms. Carlenio seconds the motion. Is there anything left to discuss? Then I'm going to call for a vote. Ms. Jett, do you have that motion that you could read back to us, please?
I move that we recommend the school board to the Board of Supervisors to fund to renovate the 3 existing elementary schools, to start the process to build a new elementary school, and to begin to plan for the new CTE center in Woodstock. And did you want the renovation
And renovate.
and the renovation of the current Triplet Tech?
Now, did you attach location to the elementary school?
Yes.
Do you want location?
And I'd like to add the word constructing in there. Start the process of constructing.
You had said build, but you want construction. Yep.
And you added the location,
Correct.
Toms Brook, Morrytown area. Okay. Roll call vote.
Mr. Shivey,
No.
Mr. Street,
No.
Ms. Pence,
No.
Ms. Carlenia,
Yes.
Mr. Ricker,
Yes.
and Mr. Bain.
Yes. Motion is defeated, no majority.
Can we do the order?
Well, I thought, Mr. Chairman, we were all in agreement with priority 1 and priority 2. Has that changed with any of the members?
No.
No.
I voted, the only reason I voted no is because you took out expansion. And how about we put possible expansion there, and then let's move on.
I think that's a waste of taxpayer dollars.
Well, then we're in an impasse.
Well, it's a shame to have an impasse go for one word expansion.
Why don't you vote on what you agree on?
Separately?
Yes.
Just vote on one and on the renovation of the elementaries and the new elementary, and then just leave it at that.
Yep.
Vote on one, vote on
At least
three.
you get something done.
Yep.
And then you can still come back and this evening and talk about.
You mean this morning? Tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow, yes.
So what you're saying is someone needs to make a motion to the effect
I'll make it.
of forwarding number 1 and number 3 to the Board of Supervisors.
I'll move. I move that the school board recommends to the Board of Supervisors to fund the renovation, hold on, let me get that. The renovation of the existing 3 elementary schools and did we say consideration? No, start the process of building the 4th elementary school option in the Morristown, Thomasbrook area.
Who would like to second that motion?
Second.
Now, if there's a second, Mr. Rickard. Is there anything left to discuss on this?
No.
Madam Clerk?
Could you repeat the answer?
Yes, ma'am. I move that the school board recommend to the Board of Supervisors to fund the renovation of the existing 3 elementary schools and the construction of a potential 4th elementary school option in the Morristown, Thomasbrook area.
No, take out the word potential.
Oh, yeah, it's not potential. Yeah, what is it?
We want
I'm
to say
sorry.
we're going to start building.
That's right. Hold on, let me see. Do we have it here in the? Where is it? Okay, yeah. I'm sorry, Cheryl. So then the second one is start the process of constructing the elementary school option in the Morristown, Thomasbrook area. I was looking for it here.
I'm ready for roll call.
Sorry, can we just say it one more time, please?
Me?
Yes, please,
Okay.
sorry.
No, that's okay.
Sorry, Ms. Carlini.
I move that the school board recommend to the Board of Supervisors to fund the renovation of the existing 3 elementary schools and build a new elementary school near Morristown, Thomasbrook.
Thank you.
Mr. Scheibe?
Yes.
Mr. Street?
No.
Ms. Pence?
No.
Ms. Carlinia?
Yes.
Mr. Ricker?
Yes.
Mr. Vance?
Yes. 4-2. And the motion is passed. Don't forget, Mr. Reporter, overtime is tax-free now.
Now you can continue the triplet discussion.
Now we do the battle for triplet.
But you've gotten something or postponed it or something.
All right, let's have some fresh ideas.
All out.
I think the reality is we still have to narrow down what we want to do with the future Triple Tech. It's got to be, the capacity has to be increased, but we have to narrow down where. And that's the reality.
Well, I mean, we already own the land at the central campus.
Again, I understand there's a lot of history with the campus as we have right now in Triplet, and I perfectly understand that. But there are a lot of limitations that we have with that campus, with how much land we have in there, how much we can actually expand, how old the building is, and of course, what Mr. Rickard has been talking about is that it's not as accessible to all our students, which is what this school should be. I mean, this is not a school, like I said, just for the southern campus. It's a school for the entire county. The entire county is paying into it. The entire county should be having access to it. The idea of Woodstock, it wasn't because we needed to have it in Woodstock is because it's more central, because we already own the land, because also building in there, we have the space, we can actually start something that has, state of the art, that is gonna have a lot of better, opportunities for our students, but it also opens up even the traffic for that central campus. That's something we haven't even talked about today. So it even helps alleviate some of that problems that we have at the central campus. So again, this is why I have, I support the building of that one, and also, and of course, the donation, that it is tied to that, and it is in writing, because we did get that email. So, for all those reasons, that's why I think we should be supporting. Now, again, if the board decides that, no, we should keep it down in the southern end, and we really want to stay in that building, and that's really what we want to have, I'm fine with that. But then we can't be asking the taxpayers to fund that, in fact, fund that expansion, and also fund the new building at the central campus. That to me is just too much to ask of our taxpayers, and it makes no sense if we're gonna sink that kind of money. Now, if what we needed, which is I think what Mr. Shivey seemed to allude at some point, is, while we're building the new one at the central campus, if you wanted to put, I know some people have said, just kind of put one of those metal structures, if that's something that can be considered, then we can think about that. But I think Dr. Shepard said that was not something that was really an option, the putting of the an extra, like a carport kind of thing.
It is an option. It could be an option. We have a metal facility as a gymnasium at Sandy Hook Elementary School.
So maybe that's the option. The option would be, that we renovate what needs to be fixed right now at Triplet, and then we have one of those while the other one is being built. I'm fine with that, because I don't think those are very expensive. I think I heard that the price is pretty nominal. I just don't think we should be going through the expansion that we had been talking about for the last year and a half, where we had the architectural drawings, where we're going to be building all this new facility with the new wing in the front and the one in the back, and all this stuff that is going to convey, which was actually going to be, a lot of money. So, from my perspective, I believe that the central campus should be the place to put this. But I would be okay if part of the renovation at the current Triplet, because like you said, this is going to take a long time. We don't even know if they're going to fund this right away. So we're talking about many years. I actually think that most of the teachers that we have at Triplet are probably not going to be able to be at the new central campus. But if we wanted to put one of those for the time being, that is not going to be a big structure, that is not going to be too costly, then that is something that I'd be willing to consider, if that's something that would help.
Well, then let's look at these here. Then let's combine them. Maybe number whatever it is now, it's moved down, but renovation and minimal expansion of Triplet Tech, and begin planning for a future career technical education thing, all on the same line. But just combine them, and yeah.
My only concern, your use of the word nominal when you were talking about that. Dr. Shepard, can you tell us how much that new gymnasium at Sandy Hook cost?
I do not know.
Okay, because I know it would have to have its own sprinkler system, fire alarm system. It's not a matter of throwing up a metal building like you're throwing up a metal shed in your backyard. It's pretty substantial, and I would like to talk to whoever said you can put it up and take it down and move it to another land location easily.
Well, I never said easily. I said it could be moved.
Okay.
So, and they are moved.
I would assume, again, I don't know anything about this, but I would assume that maybe if it's just for shop space, it probably wouldn't be hopefully as it would be for a gym. A gym would entail a lot more cost, I would think. I don't know, but again, I don't work on that.
A shop space, you wouldn't have to drywall the inside, but you still would have to put fire alarm systems in there, sprinkler. And when I say sprinkler, it's not like your sprinkler you have in here. He's going to have cars in there. That opens a totally different ball. So, I'd like to see a price on that before we start putting that verbiage in there. Because to me, you're costing the taxpayers money that we don't have. If we're gonna build new, then we should renovate what we've got.
Well, the good thing would be, I think, that if we decided to do that, once we do get those costs, if the board of supervisors decided to fund this and it came back to us, we would have to vote again on the costs and whether we approve them or not. And if it's something that is too costly and it doesn't make any sense, then we can just vote it down.
Yeah, and I mean, nothing here is really etched in stone. I mean, it's all gonna be cost prohibitive, or I mean, or, you know, or permitted. So, you know, but, you know, I think that the main objective here is to come forward with something and then we'll alter it later as needed. But
I mean, would that be something that would solve the concerns of my members to my left? Just checking.
I'm just
No.
looking for a solution.
I know, would that be something that would be amenable? I mean, is that something that could be, that we could work on, and then we'll look on the prices. If it's something that is prohibited in cost, then we'll come back before the board and we can vote on it and decide, okay, no, that's not gonna work.
absolutely.
So which one of you two would like to make the
Okay, so
move?
I would make the motion. I move that the school board recommend to the Board of Supervisors to fund the, to begin the planning of a future career technical education facility in Woodstock while also renovating and considering, what was the word that you used? Minimal expansion of Triplet.
Renovation and minimal expansion.
Of Triplet.
All right. I have a feeling Mr. Rickard's going to second this.
You got it. Second.
Motion has been made and seconded, which calls for number 4 is printed on the original motion. And
Number 3.
And number 3, but adding minimal expansion, renovation and minimal expansion of the existing triplet tech.
Right.
Other discussion? When Ms. Jeff's ready, she could read the motion back. That's her
I'm sorry,
language is
can I have a
more
question?
than mine.
I do have a question.
Oh, yeah.
Probably for parliamentarian. Is this motion gonna be in competition with our previous motion? I mean, should we be,
I would take it as two, you can advance both.
okay.
Advance them separately.
Yeah, but it's still the same.
I mean, should we prioritize the first
I mean,
one?
actually, you could, it's two separate things technically, because
Yeah.
your elementary and your vocational education, so, you know, if they split hairs on that, and I can't agree
Should
with
we
that.
do like like a subsequent or, to
No,
the
you
motion?
actually made it easier, because you put elementary and you put technical education.
Yeah, if they come back and get it done.
Right.
I just don't want them to think that this is a priority over the elementary schools.
I think because we voted on the first one, that pretty much tells them that's the priority.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Or should we,
I mean, you
put it in
could-
the motion.
I mean, you can put it in the motion.
I would put it in the motion after the elementary schools, and then add what we talked about. We think
We're
about
gonna
it?
vote-
So can I
on the motion you made.
can I rephrase the motion? Add the word before? Yeah. See, that's what I hear.
All right, we're rephrasing the motion.
Sure.
We're withdrawing the motion, now we're gonna rephrase it.
Okay, let's see.
I move that the school board recommend to the board of supervisors fund to begin the plans for a new CTE center in Woodstock and minimal expansion of the current triplet tech in Mount Jackson after the elementary projects are complete.
I wouldn't say after they're complete.
Well, and we need to add renovation and minimal expansion. We don't have renovation in there.
Yep. Renovation and minimal expansion of Triplet Tech.
And then what's after?
Could it be subsequent to the motion to address the elementary schools?
Simultaneous or subsequent?
I would say subsequent.
How about the words post haste?
Immediately following,
Yeah.
just giving some, yeah.
In addition to,
Or in addition to, yeah.
In addition to, I like that.
Yeah.
In addition to. Yeah, in addition to.
In
And-
addition to,
The motion regarding the elementary schools, right?
Mhm.
And then the rest of your sentence.
all right, ready to vote?
Yes.
But- Yes, please.
Yeah.
All right. I move that the school board recommend to the Board of Supervisors to fund to begin the plans for a new CTE center in Woodstock, renovation and minimal expansion of the current Triplet Tech in Mount Jackson, in addition to the motion regarding the elementary schools.
I like it.
Call for a roll call vote.
Mr. Scheibe,
Yes.
Mr. Street,
No.
Ms. Pence,
Yes.
Ms. Carlenio,
Yes.
Mr. Ricker,
Yes.
Mr. Vance.
Yes?
I have this 5-1. Amen.
Do we get a raise?
Ma'am,
Do we get a raise?
we're not dealing with that tonight. I guess we're on 6.4, are we not? More capital improvement. Approval of fiscal year 2027 budget and capital improvement plan.
Looking for a motion?
Indeed I am.
I move to approve the fiscal year 2027 budget and capital improvement plan as presented, reflecting the health insurance plan changes approved earlier in this meeting.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
And there is a second. Any discussion? Ms. Jett's the one that should get a pay raise for all the roll call votes I'm putting her up for today. Roll call vote, Madam Clerk? Well, I think the motion is clear.
Mr. Scheibe,
Yes.
Mr. Street,
Yes.
Ms. Carlenio,
Yes.
Ms. Pence,
Yes.
Mr. Ricker,
Yes.
Mr. Vance.
Yes. And the budget and capital improvements have been approved unanimously. Moving to 5. Approval of revisions to policy JHCP, cell phone free education. This was discussed at the work session previously. Mr.
I
Shine?
move,
Go ahead, Mike.
All right, Mike.
I move to approve the revision to policy JHCP, cell phone free education as presented.
And a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Pence. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. I have that one marked 6-0. 6.6, approval of the increase of fiscal year 2026 special budget.
I move to approve the request to increase the fiscal year 2026 special budget as presented.
A second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Another 6-0. As previously discussed, there is a referendum in Virginia on the 21st of April, and we are seeking approval of the calendar to be adjusted to make April 21st a professional development day rather than a class meeting day. Who has the motion for that?
I move to approve the recommended revision to the 2025-2026 school calendar to designate April 21st, 2026 as a professional day, contingent upon the April 21st, 2026 remaining an election day.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Mr. Rickard seconds. Any discussion on that? All in favor of this adjustment to the school calendar indicates by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. And that motion carries 6-0. Moving to item 6.8, date change request on May the 14th on the school calendar because of graduation at Triplet, so we would be meeting on a Wednesday instead of a Thursday. Who has the motion for that?
I move to change the May 14th, 2026 regular school board meeting date to May 13th, 2026.
And a second.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. And that's a 6-0. Superintendent's monthly report. Dr. Shepherd.
All right, I'll try to keep this short, maybe 35 minutes or so.
Sounds about right, yeah.
All right, so for the 7th straight month, we saw improvement in our attendance rate year over year with an overall attendance rate of 95.09% for the month of January. And I would like to congratulate Peter Muhlenberg Middle School 7th grader Kaylee Quintanilla Rivas on placing second in the regional spelling bee held at Skyline Middle School in Harrisonburg on Saturday. Kaylee is the highest finisher in the last 4 years since SCPS started participating in the spelling bee again. Strasburg High School is presenting their spring musical this weekend, and so if you have some free time, it's tonight and Saturday at 7 o'clock and then Sunday at 3. So I'm looking forward to seeing that this weekend. We had 3 FFA students place first in the recent Shenandoah Federation public speaking event. Congratulations to Stonewall Jackson senior Carly Baker for finishing first in extraneous speaking. Central junior Anna Rittenauer for placing first in senior prepared public speaking. And Strasburg freshman Megan Rittenauer for placing first in creed speaking. I would also like to congratulate Stonewall Jackson High School science teacher Zella Funkhauser on being selected to serve on the state board of the Virginia Association of Science Teachers as biology committee chair. On last Friday, W.W. Robinson celebrated their 50th anniversary with a series of grade level assemblies where Assistant Principal Becky Reynolds, who is in the back, led a special presentation that went over the school's history, celebrated its former admin and staff, and shared pictures throughout the years. It was wonderful to see how engaged the students were in that event. And then just earlier this week, several of our Triplet Tech students traveled to the Skills USA State Conference in Virginia Beach, and the following students took first overall: Cosmetology Total Fantasy Look, Jaden Bly, Yahara Marquise Rosas, and Brianna Flick. Carpentry, Luke Wetzel. Electricity, German, Selena Ortez, and HVAC, Marcus Ortez. All four groups placed first at the Skills USA conference. And then I wanted to remind the school board members that the Board of Supervisors are meeting on Monday, March the 16th at 1 p.m. to talk about the school budget. I will be presenting information, and I hope some of you will be able to attend. And then last but not least, good luck to our Central boys basketball team. They are traveling to Richmond tomorrow to take on Graham High School in the Class 2 state championship. And again, this is Central's first trip to the state finals since 1980, so go Falcons. That is all.
Well, that wasn't 35 minutes.
I know.
You must have skipped a page or two.
I skipped some words.
Report of board members, other business. Been mixing this up since January. I'm gonna go odd even tonight. No particular reason, just for fun. So if we start with the odd number, we would start with District 1, Mr. Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we wrap up tonight's meeting, I want to express thanks to our board members. We all have the best interest in mind, and we moved forward, after 2 years. So, it took us a little bit, but, I'm happy to be able to work with all of you. And, but I also want to, as typical in each meeting, I want to just give a thanks and extend my most sincere appreciation to the staff and our faculty. I mean, you're the boots on the ground. Whether you're grading tests or turning wrenches, you guys are what you're what makes our kids be able to achieve such heights in academically, athletically. And speaking of athletics, good luck to Central tomorrow. 46 years is a long time to make it to a state game. So I want to again encourage parents to become more partners in your child's education. And I had the pleasure of making some connections with the GAP program, the grandparents as parents in Shenandoah County. And we have a lot of grandparents, raising kids. So if people haven't heard of it, it's out there. They're trying to get the word out in our schools a little more. There are resources and help, from other grandparents and different organizations that can kind of, can help you out if you're not sure. And I want to thank our Board of Supervisors, for the considerations you're giving and the hard work that you guys are being tasked with by us. There's a lot of talk. We have to work together, and we do. And I look forward to navigating the rest of this this difficult CIP process, in the near future. And as Mr. Vance always has quotes, I always bring one too. So I'm going to end on a thought from Thomas Jefferson, who said, "Educate and inform the whole mass of the people. They are the only sure reliance for the preservation of our liberty." That's it for me, sir.
That's it for you. Ms. Corleone?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Sherman. So as I mentioned before, well, first of all, good luck to Central before I forget in their game tomorrow. But as I mentioned before, we had our mental health task force meeting last week, and we had our students come over, and it was very refreshing to hear a lot of the things that they had to say. They're very honest, and we love hearing their honesty. And one of the things that they pretty much everything that they were saying had to do with they want more human interaction. They want to, be able to talk to their teachers more. They want to be able to have their teachers talk to them and explain concepts to them. They wanted to have more time to hang out with their friends. They wanted to have more time to just be kids. So it was kind of interesting because, like I said before, these are not things that they're necessarily used to. These are things that we take for granted because we live that way. But to hear the younger generations saying the same things, it just tells you, we're all humans and we all have the same needs generation after generation. So I'm hoping that we'll be working on some of the things that they recommended. For example, what I said before with their teachers, they want to have more engagement. They want to have less digital, Chromebooks. They want to see less packets of information. And they also, one of the things that they mentioned, and they've mentioned this several times, is the mentorship. They would like to see more mentorship, especially when they go into high school. They want to be able to, when there's new students, be able to talk to other students, not just do the one day orientation where they do their tour. They want to actually be there more often and talk to the other students. So aside from that, pretty soon, I haven't talked to Mr. Rickard, but I think probably end of March or April, we'll have to be thinking about the personnel committee meeting. So we'll do that again at each campus. And as I mentioned also with Ms. Proctor when she was here, hoping to also have an instruction committee meeting. So I'll talk to you about that too, where we can actually talk about some other things like the Chromebooks, the AIs, and also syllabus, and hear concerns from the teachers as well. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Street?
Yes, want to congratulate and thank all the employees that's recognized at the beginning for their service, year's service. Want to thank them. Along with that, also want to congratulate Triple Tech with the 4 golds, coming home with the 4 golds. So congratulations, and the ones that continue on to nationals, wish them best of luck. And also definitely wish Central best of luck tomorrow in the state playoffs. So good luck to them and the Falcons. And final, also, I guess good luck to the board of supervisors. I don't know if I want to. I think the only worse shoes than ours is being nurse shoes. So, but I thank them for the things they do, and we were able to communicate and we're able to work together, and so always looking forward to working with them. So, but I thank them for the things they do. But anyway, that's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Pence?
All right, so if this sounds short and sweet, it's because it's intentional. It was a little longer, but I can sit down. I do appreciate the discussion tonight and the willingness of our board to keep working through some of the larger facility issues that we have. None of those decisions are easy, and they certainly won't be solved overnight. So I think we've exhausted that discussion for the night. So again, like I said, this is going to be short and sweet, but I do want to just take notice real quickly, although I wasn't at the Central game last week. I do want to thank the teachers, staff, and the administration who helped manage the crowd after the CHS game last week. It was a really hard fought game, and by both teams, and our staff did a really great job helping things wrap up safely and smoothly. And another thing I want to point out, and it just shows some of the class of our students and our players, is that the basketball team allowed the opposing team their time on the court after they lost. And they allowed them to move off the court before our students kind of went over and attacked our basketball team. So with that being said, that's where I'll end tonight. I usually have a bunch of thank yous, but I know it's late. So I will see everyone at this Eagle Central tomorrow, and go Falcons.
Mr. Rickard?
Let me start by getting this one out of the way, because this comes hard from Strolberg. Congratulations to the Falcons. I wish you well down in Richmond. I'll keep it as short and sweet as I can. I'm in agreement with everything you guys have said. It was good that we were able to remain cordial this evening and get things worked out. I feel bad for the Board of Supervisors. But I don't always get to take time off work to go and see our schools. And February 27th, I went to Sandy Hook Elementary School to meet the ambassadors. And I doubt any of their parents are watching right now, but if they go back and watch, they have some phenomenal kids. I could see every reason in the world why those kids were chosen to be ambassadors. Chairman Vance was there, Mike Scheibe was there. We had breakfast with them. They talked to us. I mean, it's unusual nowadays to find kids that can carry on a conversation with adults. Ms. Weinking, you're knocking it out of the park there. Those kids were phenomenal. And just to say a big thank you to Rowan McPhee, Harper Grant, and Eva Alcade. They did a phenomenal job of taking Chairman Vance and I around to the classrooms. We went to Miss Shiflett's class, Miss Dinkle's, Miss Seibels, who's here tonight. What a fabulous job you're doing. And we went to Miss Davis's class. It was cool that we ended with Miss Davis's class because we got to see the courtyard. And this summer, that courtyard is going to be transformed into an outdoor learning space due to the more educational grant. So I can't wait to see that. But just a huge thank you to Ms. Weinking and the Ambassadors. What a great program. And those kids, I mean, they really impressed me. So I thank you for that. And then some of the classrooms we went to, they made us cards and stuff. So that always hits home. That's the best part of being a school board member. Other than that, the staff that's still here, thank you for hanging in there. It's not 1 o'clock in the morning yet, so it's not as late as one of the school board meetings we've had. But thank you, and thank you to all our staff in the building. Congratulations to the Triplet Tech students that are going on to nationals. They did a great job, and heard nothing but good things about going to Virginia Beach this past week. So other than that, huge thank you to you all. Thank you.
Well, it might go on 1 o'clock, except that Mr. Rickard took most of what I wanted to say, so I'll just agree with everyone about Go Falcons, and thanks for hanging in there. 2 words, carpe diem, seize the day, make the most of the present time. And we did that this evening. It took a while, but we got there. A quote I found, I think, is appropriate. Gather ye rosebuds while ye may. Old time is still a-flying, and this same flower that smiles today, tomorrow may be dying. Or as Mick Jagger said, more poetically, you don't always get what you want. But if you try sometimes, you might just find and get what you need. Who has the motion to adjourn? Mike?
Move to adjourn.
Second?
Second.
All in favor say aye, get up and leave.
Aye.
And have another unanimous vote. And I'll see all of you back here on the 23rd.
Ms. Weinking, I need to sign your shovel.
Mike, please give me that.
All right, ladies, if you're leaving, make sure you're at work on time tomorrow.